Annoying sound. I don't know why the screen does this. Can't even get anything on the bottom.
Good morning, everyone. Ms. Matias, we are live recording and streaming. You may proceed with this morning's public executive review session.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for February 10th, 2026. Please note for the record that Commissioner Otley Brown will be joining us remotely. Zoning calendar continued hearing items. Item 15, 2024-09 BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we still have not received a community board vote. It has been nearly 2 years since this application was filed. It was filed on March 13th of 2024. Applicant has made its submission, and I want to focus our discussion on the air quality analysis, as that is a critical determining factor for this particular case to meet the findings of the special permit. According to the revised EAS dated 1/16/2026, page 88, 89, 88 and 89, the mitigation measure is concerning. It states, quote, as such, reducing and or capturing emissions from molten salt baths is likely required to mitigate significant adverse air quality impacts at the sidewalks. Applying a 48% emission level on the molten salt bath annually, processing and such. So my question is, it seems, first of all, Hercules has valid DEP permits for all these, for all its business operation and the various effluent, that particulate matters that it is allowed to, permitted to emit. So what is the maximum limit per these permits, and what was used to measure these levels? Was the max level considered for the analysis? My understanding is when you're doing a modeling, you use the max. So please confirm that. Is the mitigation proposed at the school, that is the use of the HEPA filter and allowing operable windows at the cellar level, that is stated in page 88, and restricting operable windows on other location, is that based on reducing Hercules emission level by 52%? And so when I read through that analysis, what is concerning is that it is contrary to what the intent of the special permit is. The purpose of the special permit is not to impact existing business operations. Part of finding C is, which is that an adequate separation from noise, traffic, and other adverse effects of the surrounding non-residential district is achieved through the use of sound attenuating exterior wall and window construction, or by the provision of adequate open areas along the lot lines of the zoning lot. So per this finding C, it is very clear, it is asking the operator of the school, or the future operator, in this case, it's a legalization of an existing school, to address and mitigate on its site. So it is for the school to mitigate the adverse effect of the surrounding non-residential use on its site, which it seems is not possible based on the air quality analysis, without reducing the emission level, maximum permitted emission level of Hercules, which will impact the Hercules business operation. So the issue of mitigation measure on sidewalks location, it's really for DEP to consider outside of the subject case. That is another thing. I think there is a lot of other, along with the meat, potatoes are being thrown, and I think these are not necessary. So the talk of sidewalk mitigation measures on the sidewalk location, that is for DEP to consider, and which is outside of this subject case. It is up to the applicant if they want to divert the focus of the review to the sidewalk, as opposed to focusing on the feasibility of providing a safe and a healthy environment for their students by selecting a site that would be viable. So I say this in a way is that this whole belabored air quality process that continues to keep the school operational at the subject site concerning. And as I said, the purpose of the special permit is to determine if the site is a safe and a healthy site for a school. And if not, can it be made safer through on-site mitigation? And this analysis that I read out and I read demonstrate that this site is not not meant to be used for as a school site. So it fails on that ground, and that is one of the critical part of the findings. Now, after 2 years of hearing, we find out the school does use school bus. So the applicant in its latest submission dated 1/16 states that the TripGen has been updated to include the use of yellow buses on Tuesdays and occasionally for inclement weather. And it talks about that 3 buses would be used, they'll be arriving, and occasionally 2 school buses would be dropping off high schools. Now, in its initial submission, applicant had stated in the EAS that 99% of its students and 80% of this staff walk to the site. There are no existing or proposed school buses for the school. Furthermore, the applicant confirmed it during the hearing on May 6th of 2024. And if you go to the video, it's at a 3-hour 40 seconds, 3-hour 03 40 seconds. And the applicant states that there are no school buses that go to the school. So it has been well over 1 year, and after 3 hearings, 2 adjournments, we are discovering existing school operations which are critical to the findings. So as I stated earlier, if permit, any, and this is something I just want to relate to the school, if the board deems that this school should be granted an ability to continue to operate and permit a no school parking zone, it will be only along the portion of the school frontage along Park Avenue. Given the width of Taffy, no parking and no standing should be permitted along the school frontage for any vehicular type. And I'm not speaking about the other side of Taffy Avenue. That is for DOT to determine. I'm only talking about the portion of the Taffy along the school frontage. I don't want to get into the site plan because I think it's we have a bigger hurdle, and that is I am extremely disturbed by the analysis of the air quality and the recommendation that is being made by its consultant. And based on just that review itself, as I said, the site fails and would not be an ideal, would not be a site for a school. And based on that, I would recommend that we close this case and dismiss this application. Sorry, or deny the application. Dismiss, deny. I leave the option to the applicant, but that's the direction I am leaning towards. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I really cannot agree with you more. There is a jurisdictional hurdle that is just simply not met since 2024. And I personally, I inquired of the applicant whether or not there are school buses that are going to be used at this location. And they said these school buses that we saw in photographs were school buses for other locations and not this particular location, something that I found very hard to believe. And now, only now, after the opposition letter, is there now any notation and agreement that there was school buses used, but only on the day that they saw the school buses used, which they said, hey, this is photographs of Tuesday when the school buses were used. They now admit, okay, Tuesday, we use the school buses 3 times, and we also sometimes use the school buses at other times, depending on incremental weather, when we've firmly established on the record that no school buses were used. And then they state that in their documents to meet the findings that the Hercules, a organization that is not within our jurisdiction, nor is operating in any way illegally from the licenses that they do have, they would have to reduce their activities to meet the findings. Hercules has come to, I believe, 2 hearings and has made quite clear that they will not take any such action. There's no affirmation to that end. So I really not see how we can move forward, particularly because this is something that we have focused on very, very closely. And it just seems like the field goes moving without any real show of interest or progress in complying with what we need to have jurisdiction here. I agree with what you're saying. I believe that the community has a right to also be heard during this hearing, but I would suggest to the board that we close this in light of what we've learned. I have nothing further to add. you.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
I want to echo what the chair and the vice chair have said. As per finding C, it's the responsibility of the school to protect its students from the noxious effects of an industrial district. And if they can't show that they can do that on this site, then they cannot operate here. It's very simple.
Thank you. Commissioner Shedder?
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but I want to second your comments, all of my colleagues. I didn't see actually from the beginning a path forward for this location to avoid the impact of the adjacent Hercules. I'm talking about the environmental impact here. I wasn't, from the beginning, I was struggling on how the environmental impact will be mitigated. And I didn't want to raise this comment from the beginning. I wanted to wait until to see the submission from the applicant. I believe based on the latest environmental input from the applicant himself and from like sister agencies, I believe I don't see a path forward for this application. And I would advise the applicant to look for another location. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been stated. I fully support closing the case. This is a legalization for school that's been in operation for 10 years, that is not permitted as of right in a manufacturing district. I won't repeat what's been said. I have a couple specific questions for the environmental consultant, just for my own education. As to the resulting 52% reduction in emissions that would be required for Hercules, there's a discussion in the response to the opposition's memo that talks about 3 options in which to analyze these emissions and the required reduction, and that the one that was selected is, quote, not necessarily the least conservative. And I wanted to know what the other options were and what resulting impact that might have on the air quality that was analyzed. And then
The one that was selected is not the least conservative.
it was written as not necessarily the least conservative. So I'm trying to understand what those other 2 options were and where we landed, because that sort of language is obviously a little bit confusing, especially when you're talking about something so technical, which I am not an expert in.
So the most conservative would have required even draconian reduction of.
Potentially. That's what I want them to
So-
explain, just because on its face, we're dealing with a case that already comes as a legalization that said it has no buses, that was then caught with buses multiple times, that is now saying, we've analyzed this based on not necessarily the least conservative. So I'm trying to understand, what are we actually looking at in the bigger picture of this environmental analysis, because
I-
that
I
statement
think,
makes me.
thank you for pointing that out. I think what is now concerning me is if this is not even it is not the least conservative. And
Which might mean it could be the most conservative, but it leaves this wiggle room for,
But the
something,
bottom
again, that's
line
quite
is, I think the
technical.
bottom line is whether it is the least or the most, the bottom line is that even this particular action will have an effect on Hercules operation, and which is what this finding is not about. And
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think what I'm trying to understand is, why do you have these options available to you to analyze it least or most conservatively?
I want to add to that, and I appreciate that comment, and I want to say that this board is not a board that makes decisions on maybes. We make decisions on facts, and they're not providing those. And and
Well, they're providing a fact, it seems.
a potential, a
Right.
potentiality of what could be the case.
Which is why I'm only asking for my education, because it's a very technical part of air quality analysis that again, I'm not an expert in, but I wanted to understand what the meaning is there, because there appears to have been a call with BSA staff and DEP that discussed these options, so. And then there was discussion about the origin destination study that was requested by the opposition, and then some pushback by the applicant's team saying that an origin destination study is not required by seeker. The opposition saying that it would be useful because the school is operating, and so one could actually take a study of what's happening in reality and not based on zip codes and census data. So what information is missing between what has been done in an origin destination study or to mimic those walking routes to school? And what's the gap between what's being requested by opposition and what's been provided by the applicant? So those are two kind of technical questions I wanted some clarification on. All in all, I support closing it. I don't think it's the right site for a school for girls or for any students.
Children, civilians.
Right. It could be a trade school, which is what was permitted as of right.
Which is permitted as of right,
Right.
which is unfortunate, but it was. Okay, thank you.
Move on.
Yeah.
Item number 16, 2025-16 BZ, 583 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
We received a community board vote to approve this application. There were a few questions that I had raised at the last hearing based on the initial submission, and those were not clarified at this based on the submission that I reviewed. It is still not clear to me why an as-of-right house of worship would require a board's approval, and what kind of board's approval would it require? Would it be just a letter, or would it require an SOC? What kind? Statement of fact still states that. So if at all, it would, if like I said, if at all, it would be an administrative and not a new variance and not a SOC. That's what I understand, but do please clarify as to why you think otherwise. Also, at the last hearing, I believe board had asked that the as of right demo option be removed from the narrative. Board had asked the applicant to replace the as of right demo and new construction with a lesser variance. Actually, it shouldn't really be a lesser variance. It's really another as of right use of the existing shell of the building and the existing non-complying building. And as I had stated, that pursuant to zoning resolution section 54-31, the existing non-complying building can be converted into a residential use. And where a non-complying building can be converted, provided it does not create a new non-compliance or increase the degree of non-compliance. And applicant, converted that into a lesser variance. That's really is an as of right. So replace the as of right demo with this as of right. The lesser variance really is an as of right. What the applicant has proposed, which is very different from what I was envisioning, and I think is a simpler way to do it, is a two-family home that is one unit on each floor, and the common areas would be the lobby area, and the cellar space, and of course the analysis shows that this would result in a loss. I do want to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown with regards to the analysis of the financing. My questions are, one is, I think this building, given the floor plate of this building, this is very much like another semi-detached building. The subject building could have been divided longitudinally into two semi-detached, two-story building with its own individual, each one with its own individual cellar space, without having to provide an elevator. And this would result in a floor plate of about 67 foot long by 18 foot 6 inches wide in the cellar and ground floor, and a 50 foot by 18 foot 6 inches wide on the second floor, with a stair run in the center, with two stair runs, independent stair runs, with a typical, like a typical semi-detached building. and the second floor, the top could have been converted into a balcony, a very generous balcony, and you would still maintain an 1 FAR. So the main structure of the building remains unaffected, and it's just putting a demising wall in between these two semi-detached buildings. So I'm not sure if this floor plate would affect the financial analysis and would result in a better return. And one of the things that to me was not clear when I was looking at the financial analysis, in the proposed, I noticed a combination of Marshall and Swift and a demo and a consultant's estimate was used. Whereas for the lesser variance, I don't think Marshall and Swift, I don't think was used. So it's not clear to
Yeah.
me what it was not.
Yes, and this comment was raised last hearing and it wasn't
Okay.
responded.
Okay, so it was just relying fully on the consultant's estimates. I'm not sure why that was done and why that is there's a difference in the way the financial analysis for the proposed, which is a renovation of an existing shell, versus what I would call now the established as of right, differs. So that is one thing I have a question, and if anybody can help me understand that, that would be appreciated. The applicant has provided more clarity regarding the parking demand analysis, but one of the questions I had was why the drop-off of the pickup cannot occur at Farragut. And applicant didn't provide a clear justification in his statement of facts. Is it because there's a grade level change from the sidewalk to the existing entryway? Does that make it difficult for an ADA ramp? That is the extent of the justification that I want the applicant to be able to provide in the statement of facts. An open space study has been provided, revised, and it has been revised based on deducting the 2 parking spaces. I have no additional question because this is an existing condition and no changes or improvements are being proposed around the open area. Also, please make sure that the parking study modal split, as stated in statement of fact, page 6 and 7, is consistent with the parking demand analysis that was submitted on 1/23/2026. Overall, while I would say I do not have an issue with this project being converted, the site being converted to an ambulatory, because the particular use that is being proposed, which would be a condition of this board, should the board consider approving it, that should there be any change in the operation, it would require a review at the board. Because this specific type of operation that is being proposed does lend to, as the analysis showed, not as much of the vehicular trip analysis. So the impact on the parking demand and pedestrian would not be that high. That would affect the residential quality of the site. But the homework needs to be done properly. And that homework is, what is the as of right use? And the as of right use is, as I said, is the lesser variance is actually the as of right use, not the as of right use as indicated by the applicant. So please remove that. And your financial analysis has to show how this particular as of right use still has a negative return. So that is the analysis that is still missing on this part, and I need that to be revised in order for me to go forward with the proposed application. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the statements that you made and the questions that you've had. I also have some thoughts on the financials, but I feel I would like to hear more from Commissioner Otley Brown because of his dedication to financial analysis. And I think that would be very instructive for the applicant. I don't have anything further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown, floor is yours.
So it became very clear to me when we asked for the new as of right, which they're calling the lesser variance, which had to do with altering the existing building in order to see whether or not you can actually make a viable two-family home out of the existing building. And we did that because all of their scenarios, the site value was based on lot with a building included. And so therefore, to say for an as of right, you would have to demolish the building and reconstruct from the ground up when you've already included the building value in the site value was actually double counting. So when they did the new scenario, it was clear to me that it wasn't making sense when you compared it to the Marshall and Swift new construction costs for that as of right. And the Marshall and Swift new construction costs were around $245 a square foot, then it did not make sense then for alteration costs to be as much as $215 a square foot. And when you looked into the source of that information, we found out that it was due to a cost estimator. And the cost estimator may have certain costs that are embodied in what they consider to be an alteration, but the bottom line is it has to make sense in a way that we, in the barometer we use for new construction costs, and that would be Marshall and Swift. So if you're having a certain amount of money per square foot for new construction, you can't have an alteration cost that's 90% of the new construction. And so since we accept Marshall and Swift costs for new construction, then you really have to do a little bit more research and you have to tie your alteration costs to the new construction costs in Marshall and Swift. So if you look on the internet about the value of new construction versus alteration, it seems as if alteration costs are somewhere between 50 and 65% of new construction costs in general. And that's really because you're looking at the fact that you're keeping the bones, the spine of the building, and that's where the majority of the costs are. So if we're telling you to use Marshall and Swift for new construction, then your alteration costs should be a fraction of the Marshall and Swift new construction costs. So therefore, if you choose to use a cost estimator, you have to cap that cost estimator and tell them that they have to tie their alteration costs to the new construction costs so that it makes sense for us when we're doing an analysis. So therefore, your cost estimator, if you choose to use them, should be no more than 60% of the new construction costs as per Marshall and Swift. And if we could use that and apply that to all of the scenarios, since they're all alterations of the existing building, we might get an actual better idea to be able to judge which is actually feasible. Is the as of right actually feasible, or do we need some kind of a waiver of the zoning resolution to enable a feasible project? But we're not there yet. It really has to be reanalyzed by the financial advisor.
Okay, thank you. This is very helpful. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to read some comments. I have my first comment is include sections and elevations in the existing plans. And the second comment is, why isn't it possible to build a residential as of right building, I'm sorry, while performing minor alterations on the existing building, such as just removing some interior walls, which are not a structure at all, because this building is a steel framed building and it's in very good condition. And after that, I talked about the demo cost, and it was like two approaches. One of them yielded like 170,000 for the demolition. The other one was 99,000, and then they elected to go with the higher one. I didn't know why. And I did also talk about straightening the building facade, like the circular part. You can do with some minor construction there. You can just transfer the building, that circular facade, into like a straight one, like with right angles. So you have a perfect rectangular floor plate that you could build probably 2 apartments per floor or something like that, which makes the project.
Not really, because the FAR, right now, the non-complying FAR that is permitted is.
I'm
one.
not,
So-
I explain myself. Yes, I understand what you're getting at, but let me put what I talked to last hearing, what I talked about last hearing and what I mean this in this hearing. What I spoke about last hearing is if you look at the screen, it's gonna be there in a second. Yeah, this is what I discussed last hearing. And I understand this is gonna increase the FAR by probably this triangle here and this triangle. What I'm talking about this hearing is something intermediate like that. So you add a portion and you remove a portion. So you can maintain the same existing FAR. And again, this is gonna be done with minor alteration. That I have a surprise. The surprise is that all the comments I did read, these are not the comments from this hearing. Actually, these are the comments from the last hearing. These are my comments last hearing, and I did go through the response from the applicants 2 times. None of them was responded to. None, literally. And even the minor one with like add some sections and elevations to the existing plans, nothing was added. Sounds like my comments were like ignored totally by the applicant. And if you ignore my comments, I'm not gonna be in favor of your application. That's simple. Second, I did look at the submission for this hearing. And I again, I'm gonna share my screen one more time. Yeah, this is the financial analysis. The last one. And if you look at the demolition cost here, is 99,000, almost 100,000. We all understood that the intent, the last hearing was to knock down the entire building. So based on this, the applicant is conveying to us that knocking down the entire building is gonna cost almost $100,000. If you look at this submission and you look at the demo cost, same exact number, more or less, 100,000. And if you look at the demolition plan, yeah, this is what's gonna be removed in the basement or the cellar. And this is the first floor. And this is the second floor. And if you look at all these are non-structural walls. Probably they are some sheet rock walls. I'm not sure. But if they are so, if you're not shoring the building, if you're not adding beams, if you're not doing any structural work on the building for the purpose of the demolition, and you're just removing some sheet rocks, I don't know why a building like this with really minor alteration is gonna cost $100,000 to do. That's for me, that's a puzzle. If they can help me solve that puzzle, I would be appreciative to them. But like, long story short, I believe this site belongs to residential. Residential would be like very viable if they just do the math right, not the like a cost estimator that wanna get the numbers work, regardless of the logic. It doesn't make sense again to like assume that knocking down an entire building is gonna cost the same as
Okay.
removing some sheet rocks. And in addition to that, like Commissioner Brown indicated, if you look at the alteration cost and you compare that to like building new, 60 to 65% doesn't make any sense. But also, I actually have a question for Commissioner Brown. I'm not sure if I got it right, but if you look at this here, the base construction cost is about 2 million, and if you add up like the numbers here, about another 250,000. This is like 2.25 million. I'm not sure if the land and building value include like the value of the building itself, and if it's included, it shouldn't be double counted. I'm not sure if like the alteration work is gonna cost 250,000 for just soft cost, and 2 million plus for like the construction. So this is another point that shows us clearly how the numbers are manipulated here. And I leave it there. But for now, I'm not in support of this application. Thank you.
Can I just say that was the very point I was making? And I don't want to take away from Chris.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I got it right. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
I mean, I think my takeaway was different when I looked at the base construction costs. To me, the lesser variance being half of what the as of right full demolition cost would be seemed reasonable on its face. I think that $100,000 demolition cost is only in the line items for the as of right scenario for the whole building demolition. I don't think they're counting that in the lesser variance scenario. So I don't think they're using that to inflate the costs of the lesser variance scenario, but I could be wrong. My question actually was a little bit more narrowly focused on the, let's see. So again, on, at first glance, I thought the comparison of the three projects, the base construction costs did not strike me as out of the ordinary, but the soft costs did. And the as of right brand new building with demolition is less than half of the lesser variance where you're altering an existing building. And the same for the proposed. And I understand that there's some inclusion of Marshall and Swift values that are then deleted, so you're not double counting, but that makes it quite difficult to compare apples to apples. But when you go through all these different line items, trying to understand why, again, like the as of right residential brokerage, there's no value for that, but the lesser variance has $153,000 attributed to that. So why some of these soft cost decisions were made doesn't seem clear to me. I mean, other than that, the only other comment I had is, well, no, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm not sure if we need the as of right residential option in play here. I believe
that's
that
what-
lesser one.
That's
Is-
exactly what I said, is that the as of right demo and new construction is not an option to be analyzed. What really should be analyzed is as of right conversion of a non-complying building, which is permitted pursuant to the zoning. So why, and that is actually the lesser variance. The lesser variance is the as of right. The as of right demo should be just removed from the
Exactly.
entire statement of fact and financial analysis. We only have two options. One is the as of right, which is the conversion of the existing structure, a non-complying structure to a residential use, which is permitted as of right, and the proposed action. That's really the comparison point that we have. Okay, move on. Thank you.
Item number 17, 2025-23 BZ, 16161 Baisley Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. So committee board recommends approval with conditions, conditions being that a 5-year term be given, given the site's proximity to multiple schools, house of worships, medical facilities, and prohibited the use of two vacant facilities, and not to permit any smoke shop or liquor store or 99-cent stores, and inclusion of greenery or green spaces to improve the air quality and enhance the site's appearance. No signage higher than 15 feet. Lighting must be dimmed to minimize impact on nearby residential uses, and no 24-hour operation. So board's purview is limited to the proposed accessory drive-through operation. All of the uses, including signage, must comply with the underlying zoning. Regarding the hours of operation, board can only restrict it for the drive-through and not for any of the other uses that is permitted as of right at this site. However, I do want the applicant to respond to the other elements of the comments that's been raised by the community board, including lighting, and greenery. Applicant has submitted a revised plan, statement of fact, and a traffic analysis. And it's proposing also to revise the hours of operation for both the drive-through and the restaurant to 10:30 a.m. to 1 a.m., 7 days a week. So the acoustical wall height and the material is not included in the site plan. The landscaping plan needs to show the depth of the planting bed, which needs to provide the detail, including the depth of the planting bed. I need the applicant to confirm the treatment of the fence along the side lot line abutting the parking lot. This is the fence that will be separating the drive-through and the parking lot space. Also, this particular fence that is proposed between the drive-through and the parking lot, it will not have any access, which is fine, which is, I think, what we had directed the applicant to do, is to not allow any vehicles entering. However, that's where the trash enclosure is. So any of these business operations that are going to operate at this facility would have to drag the trash out all the way on the city sidewalk into the trash enclosure that's located all the way at the back of the parking lot. So that's not acceptable, because that will lead to more messy condition on city sidewalks. So need to find an alternative, and you need to contain it within the site, this movement of trash from the subject site to the trash storage area. And that can be done by providing a small opening of a 4-foot wide gate, whereby through which the trash can be transported back and forth. And I'm assuming this trash movement will be happening during non-peak hours, so it will have minimal impact on the drive-through, but the applicant needs to clarify that and needs to show that very clearly on the plan how that would be carried out, and an operational plan. Those are my questions, and I still remain concerned about that big concrete paved structure that is located along the rear of the building where the menu board is, because it is something that I have a feeling it may end up being misused. So that is a perfect place for more greening, and applicant should consider greening that area and as much as possible. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shiveta.
Thank you, Chair. I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just want to add that they should be reconciling the number of parking spaces in the statement of facts, page 8, with the plans. The plans show 9 parking spaces to be provided, and yet the statement of facts still says 8 parking spaces to be provided. That's my only additional comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I see that they added the note regarding the AVC, so the sound propagation issue now is resolved to me. Other than that, I agree with your comments, and I have nothing further to add. And I want to thank them for adding that AVC note.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I think just one thing I want to make sure I understand, Chair. So there's a fence that's going to be separating the drive-through and the parking. And you're saying, which I agree with, the movement should be limited within the bounds of the site. So there will need to be some pathway through across the drive-through into the parking area to deliver the trash. So I just wanted to make sure that those entry doors that face the drive-through should be for emergency, or maybe for emergency and maintenance only. and that everyone who's parking here to go to all of the different office spaces should be going on the sidewalk. And that way we're controlling all traffic just from that one parking area and not across the drive-through in multiple locations.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think that this was already communicated to the applicant, but all the documents only reference lot 36, but I believe that this is both lot 35 and 36
Yeah.
that are combined to create the site. And so just a update on the status of whether this is going to be merged, if it has already been merged, and then updating the actual lot area, because when I total the two lots up from Zola's estimate, it's a few thousand feet short of what the statement of facts is saying. So please confirm the combined lot area and the individual lot areas.
And that's a very good call, Commissioner Yoon, and sorry, excuse me. And so all the documents need to be revised, including the statement of facts, the zoning analysis, the signage analysis, and also the plans. All
And
of
the
these need
maps,
to be.
the radius maps, the
The
tax
radius,
maps,
yeah.
all of the documents just indicate lot 36.
Yeah. All of those need to be revised. Thank you. Thank you. All right, any other questions or? Let's
Good.
go to the next case.
New cases, item number 18-2025-08 BZ 18417, Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
So we have received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Committee board recommends disapproval. Committee board also identified 5 conditions. And the conditions are add terraces on the terrace on the north side to allow daylight. Need for additional parking. Building should be lower, should be less units in the building. Architectural style should match neighborhood hotels. Also received 1 letter of objection, which is it creates more congestion and unsafe condition. I'm very familiar with this site. This is a variance application pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-21 to waive the bulk regulations to develop a mixed-use residential and commercial building at the subject site. Applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, dwelling unit, lot coverage, height, front yard, and parking. So this is an irregular corner triangulated site with 3 street frontages. There's an existing gasoline service station, and board as recently as 2019 had granted an extension and allowed for a conversion of the existing auto repair building to an accessory convenience store, and also an installation of an additional gasoline service dispenser. Sorry. What the applicant is proposing is a completely new construction, a mixed-use residential building with ground floor commercial use, totaling 31 dwelling units, a 6-story tall building with a cellar. Just a couple of house cleaning. In the statement of facts, page 2, as part of the waiver, applicant needs to include the front yard waiver and the parking waiver. So the applicant provided 4 as-of-right scenarios. One is a new construction, 16 DU multifamily building. The other one is a new construction, 2 semi-detached building. Another one is a 1-story cellar and a commercial building, and an as-of-right automotive service station. And applicant states that none of these scenarios are feasible for various reasons. I did not see a plan for the 6-story, the 6 DU multifamily building. It was stated in a narrative, but I did not see a plan for that. With regards to the semi-detached building, zoning allows a total of 6,581 square feet of zoning floor area. That would mean approximately 3,260 square feet of zoning floor area for each dwelling unit. why are the proposed as of right floor area, why is the proposed as of right floor area less than 3,000 square feet when there is allowable lot coverage of 80% for corner lot? So why is not being maximized? With regards to the new construction, one-story plus cellar commercial building, instead of a cellar, consider a mezzanine since there is available floor area for storage and mechanical, and minimize the cellar and the ground floor disturbance because the existing building that is proposed is at not existing, the proposed building for this scenario is at 0.68 FAR. The as of right automotive service station, applicant state is not feasible because it is rare to see standalone stations compared to new service stations where convenient retail product sales generate higher revenue. Now, as I stated, board in 2019 had approved an amendment to convert the existing auto repair to an accessory convenience store and an additional gasoline pump. So why was that not considered? Applicant actually should be considering that option in its analysis instead of this modified version. So applicant also needs to provide the 219 approved plan. And the statement that has been made by the applicant that that this standalone sites with without a convenient retail store does not generate high revenue. We hear that and we recognize that, and that's why I'm saying why did the applicant not consider the 219 option? And as I said, board hears many SOC applications for gasoline service stations on similar lots, and I'm not sure if we should factor these hardship elements when reconsidering extension. So be careful what you state because you are the applicants who will be coming for SOC justifying why you need this. So please be very careful of what you state. So while you're making these statements for this particular site, it may backfire on SOC cases. So with regards to 7221, irregular lots, the applicant says the uniqueness is due to three parts. One is the irregular lot size because it has multiple street frontages, requires more yards than a typical site. And also there is an environmental contamination on this site. And the third is the location on a highway service road adjacent to a large hotel. I'll start with the easiest one. I'm absolutely not convinced of the hardship associated with the sites adjacent to a large hotel and a highway service road. There are several homes abutting the service road to the east and to the west. So please remove this from the hardship. This is not at all a hardship and an argument that I will accept. With regards to the irregular lot size, the uniqueness analysis starts with the premises that the subject lot with a lot area less than 6,000 square foot is a small lot. The baseline deviates from the board's baseline, and more importantly, this analysis is not required. The only two uniqueness, the only thing that I would say is, yes, this site if this site is one of the two unique sites in this area. And what makes this site even more unique compared to the other one, it has more street frontages, and it has 3 street frontages, which requires 3 side yards, and therefore and then it affects the building floor plate and permitted building height that would be limited to 5 dwellings. So I was looking at the analysis as to what you would be permitted as of right on this site, and that analysis was I think what did I come up with? Floor plate would require 3 front yards, so you would end up getting a 5 dwelling unit versus a 9 dwelling unit based on a maximum floor area that would be permitted on the zoning lot divided by the dwelling unit factor. So that's really the difference, that you would be getting 5 versus 9 if you were to build as of right on the site. And like I said, this is one of the only 2 sites, and the other site is already built, though it is built to 0.36 FAR. So I'm okay with, I'm willing to accept the uniqueness, provided you remove the 6,000 square foot, the small lot analysis. With regards to the environmental contamination, so it seems for 30 years that the site has been operating as a gasoline station. There has been remediation that has been underway, and it has been coordinated by state DEC. So while I want to hear the other commissioners, but these are my initial take on the analysis that has been provided. So based on the submission made, it seems DEC in 2017 had reviewed an on-site monitoring of spill on the subject site and had approved a RAP and a supplemental RAP for the on-site air sparage and soil vapor extraction. Accordingly, quarterly monitoring reports were provided by Beringer Engineering to DEC till 2023. Also, DEC had approved a monitoring well installation and vacuum enhanced fluid recovery work plan as of August of 2023. So what I want is clarify what was the nature of RAP that was approved by DEC in 2017 and the status of that remediation. What additional remediation, if any, would be required after 27 years of continued remediation to facilitate a residential development at the site? Also, it is not clear from the documents if all the as of right scenarios require the same level of cleanup as proposed. So I need to see a comparison chart of these as of right scenarios and the remediation that would be required for each one of the scenarios, because the level of contamination that needs to be contained for a commercial use is different from a residential use versus retaining the existing operation. So do provide those comparisons. So, and that will also factor the financial analysis and the level of hardship. So that's a big question I have on the uniqueness with regards to financials. It is, again, as I said, it is not clear why an as-of-right commercial development will have a higher development cost than the other as-of-right residential scenario. Why would the remediation cost for as-of-right commercial be higher than the as-of-right residential? And applicant needs to do a financial analysis of the BSA approved plan of 2019. With regards to the neighborhood context, applicant needs to provide a rendering of the block front of Horace Harding and Booth Memorial and an axonometric view. I think it is premature for me to discuss the character until we can determine the financial, the hardship and the financial hardship associated with it. And I want to reserve my statement on this for now. I would, though, be mindful of the distance between the existing building located across from Booth Memorial Avenue, as it is an 80-foot wide road compared to the other street frontages. With regards to finding D, it does meet finding D. And finding E, of course, it's far from being established if the extent of the environmental cleanup is required, given the ongoing remediation and the and hence the associated financial hardship. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that was very thorough. I don't want to be repetitive. I will say, though, that I am satisfied with the finding A, finding the site's small size of 6,581 square feet, trapezoidal shape, and 3 feet frontages constrain the buildable area. The neighborhood, I am not convinced yet with finding B, as you stated, and I wait to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown as well as Commissioner Shetta's statements on this finding. I also agree with you with regard to finding D. I do believe that that is met here, but I believe the biggest issues to overcome at this moment are finding B and, of course, how that relates to finding E. And those are my biggest concerns. again, with regard to finding C, I think even the best case scenario, I believe that this might need to be lowered in height to be in line with the neighborhood character of the adjacent buildings in this area. I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So
Brown?
I just want to start with my first impressions of the statement before I get into anything related to one finding versus another. I just want to say, after reading the statement, I think it's disingenuous to talk about the housing crisis and that this project is in keeping with the mandate to provide housing. This is not an affordable housing project, and the mandate that the city has is to provide affordable housing. This is a market rate project. And so it shouldn't be such a laudable, wonderful, proposal here. This is a proposal like other market rate proposals, plain and simple. I feel that this site actually has a variance right now for a gas station with 3 pump islands and 650 square feet of selling area in a convenience store. It is not solely a gas station with auto repair. And so the project needs to be analyzed based on what it actually has an approval for, regardless of whether or not it's been built yet. Because the hardship is not to the same degree as they're portraying here. And also, they need to talk about why they didn't build what we actually authorized them to build. And they also need to show us the plans, the approved plans of what we authorized so that we can see their arguments of obsolescence. I found it very difficult to absorb their arguments without actually looking at the set of plans of what we actually authorized as a comparison, whether or not to validate and verify their arguments. And also, they haven't discussed whether or not they plan on surrendering the current variance. I'm sure for them it feels obvious, but they need to state that in the statement. Now, as for their findings of uniqueness and their remediation, it isn't clear to me whether this is additional remediation in addition to what is ongoing right now, and whether the cost represents the total cost of the remediation based on what actually has occurred on this site in the past, in the distant and more recent past, as well as what's going to occur in the future, or whether it's only for the portion of remediation that's basically from the point at which they decide to redevelop the site. I also agree with the chair that while the financials does talk about the different scenarios and the different remediation amounts that are attributed to each scenario, the narrative really doesn't go into a full description as to why some of the scenarios have a greater amount of remediation dollars attributed towards it than others. As for the uniqueness study taking into account location along Horace Harding Parkway, we do know that the Douglaston case precludes us from considering location solely as an issue of uniqueness. But if we find other issues of uniqueness here, then we can also consider the effects of the location on the project. So being that so far with 3 of us speaking, we really haven't settled on what we would all consider factors of uniqueness, I think that the location along Horace Harding Parkway has to sit for a while and not seriously be considered. As for the return, and here's the financial comments, I have a number of comments. However, any comments related to cost, I'm going to actually table at this moment in time because I want Commissioner Sheta to weigh in and validate all of the remediation claims that will then inflate the construction costs. And then I will look at it at that point in time when we've settled on premium costs and whether or not they are validated. So as for the 2-family home sales, when you do the analysis, it's 1 home at $2.2 million, of which there are 2 homes like that. They're side by side. So therefore, the value of this scenario is not simply 2.2 million, it's 4.4 million because there are two side-by-side homes. So that's an error that finds itself repeated throughout the financials. Then when you look at the plans and you look at the pricing, the plans show both homes to be two-bedroom homes, but it's very clear in the larger home that is 2,400 square feet that it really should be a three-bedroom home, but rather than show it as the three-bedroom home as it should be, the second floor has two bedrooms and then a very large lounge space that really with partitions and the right layout could be a third bedroom and should be a third bedroom because three-bedroom homes are more expensive. Sorry, excuse me, that's my dog. Because three-bedroom homes are more expensive than two-bedroom homes. As for the retail leasing and the income attributed to the retail leases, their largest downward adjustment is because this is a freestanding single retail store while the other stores are located on commercial strips. But I feel that this is a double negative adjustment because it's already taken care of in the location adjustment, where they're talking about how this is not located on a commercial strip, i.e., it is a freestanding retail store. So that's depressing the income. As for the residential leases and apartments, they have an adjustment here for average rent impacted by location within the building. However, when you look at the narrative for the different comparables for each size, they're not talking about where those apartments that are used in the comparables are located within their buildings. So therefore, you cannot then apply a location downward for the location within the proposed or the as of right 6 family building because you have nothing to compare it with. And you're just basically discounting the rental price yet again and for no substantiated reason. Now, the only comment about costs that I can actually raise at this point in time is based on the Marshall and Swift scenarios that they're choosing. They need to justify to me why they're using good class C for each of the as of right scenarios and then going to good class B for the proposed without any narrative justification for the jump in quality of housing cost factor that they're using. And they also need to basically justify why it's good class C for the as of rights and not average class C. Every time you go up a category, you're jumping by $30 or $40 a square foot, and that can amplify the base construction costs. And so that's why you need to be clearer as to why you're choosing one category versus another. That's all I have for construction costs at this point in time, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the two, with finding A with the two, like, easy points, the irregularity. I would defer to Commissioner Ewan on that, but I looked at the as of right multifamily that was submitted, and I can see that the floor area that's like utilized on that proposal, the as of right residential multifamily is 0.99, while the permitted is, the maximum permitted is 1. So if they can build the floor area that's permitted, I'm struggling on understanding how the irregularity affect them and may be considered as a hardship. So this is the first easy point to me. The second one, I did read their submission, and in the submission, it does say that continuing the existing use and that with the variance that was granted before, is going to require them, because of the site limitations, the site size, and the configuration, is going to require them to significantly downgrade the operations or reduce the operations. They didn't elaborate on that. They didn't tell us why. Is there like an issue with the maneuverability? Can can they reduce the number of pumps? This site was like operable for like long time.
Well, they
And-
also proposed to add third more pump, which the board did approve.
Yes, I understand. So why it is now considered
That's
as not
exactly-
feasible for a gas station?
Right, that's exactly one of the questions I
Yeah.
had. The
So,
argument that has been made as to why this site is no longer a feasible gasoline service station. I just caution the applicant in stating such statement because we see many such applications.
Yeah,
And,
well,
it
simply
will
why
give
it
us-
was okay and now it is not.
Yeah.
I believe I can guess the answer, but let me jump on the environmental thing. If you look at the environmental record that was submitted, especially the folder called FOIL, the DEC, the New York State DEC FOIL, I did look at every single document that was submitted. And to simplify the very complicated picture that the applicant tried to paint about this location, this site was under New York State DEC jurisdiction with multiple spills. And every time they have a spill, they report to DEC, DEC have them like submit. Usually it's a wrap, they look at it, they approve it, and then they implement it. And then something else happened and so on. This was the case until 2017. The latest I looked at was actually 2023. There was some submissions in 2023
Yeah.
that they were talking about the latest spill. I don't care about the spill number for now. But what was monitored on this site was not the spills, it was the contaminants spread from the spills, and they took it like case by case. And the approach was usually to like utilize what's existing on site, which is a system that's called air sparging or air stripping. And that approach simply, if this is the ground service and underground, you have like a 15 feet or 20 feet, probably I can make it easier.
I think we
I'll
have your
take it.
notes.
I'll take it.
Please remove
Yeah.
that as
I-
quickly as possible. Can you minimize your this other screen that you're sharing?
Which one? Hold on one second. Let me just,
Just minimize your notes.
yes, okay, I will.
Or maximize the first page.
My computer is.
Maximize the YouTube,
Maximize the
like with the
YouTube.
square.
I did, but it take time. Yeah, here we go. So if you look at this approach, how it works, and I go to minute 5 here. Yeah, this is air stripping or air soil vapor extraction. And yes, this is a typical configuration for a site with a gas station. You have a tank underground. Here it's talking about this is the contaminant, this is the groundwater. And what they do is they get a station, which is usually kept in like a shed, and they install some like tubes and some wells.
Excuse me.
Some of the tubes, they get compressed air in them. And this is the tube that gets compressed air. And this is the tube that gets suction in it. And if we have a contaminant in between, like this guy, the compressed air goes to that, dissolve it, and then it gets extracted through the suction tube. And this approach is really known as cheap approach. It doesn't cost much. And that's why it's favorable for environmental engineers. That approach was adapted until 2023 in a latest submission to New York State DEC, RAP. And that submission suggested that they need to refurbish the equipment, add some elements like monitoring wells, and then resume the contamination removal And I believe if that was continued, the site could have been like cleaned up by now and isn't used as a gas station. But what happened is that we have a variance now. And in one of the documents that was submitted as part of this variance is a totally different approach that's talking about not air stripping or air sparging, not the contaminants that's, I forgot to mention this. If you look at the 2023 submission to DEC, and if you look at the site plan and the tables that show the spread of the contaminants, and this is very important. Let me just get this. Yeah, this one. This is a site plan. This is the site, these are the wells. This is well number 2, well number 11, well number 1. Well number 3 is dry, so it's apparently abandoned. And if you look at these are the tables that show every single well of them. This is monitoring well 1, 2, 3, and 11, I believe, yeah. And the way you read these tables is it's talking about the total VOCs, volatile organic contents, which is considered as a contaminant. And these are like the monitoring dates. And the latest, starting from below, and the most recent is up top.
June 23rd.
And if you look at the up top readings, if you look at the first monitoring well, this is page, if you want to read it from your computer, this page 9 of the PDF in the 2023 submission to DEC. If you look at here, no contaminant. Here, no contaminant. This is monitoring. This is well 1, well 3. And if you look at this well here, well number 2, you have some contaminants. And this is well number 11, I believe, some contaminants. If we go back to the site plan, so just 2 and 11 have contaminants. If you look at 2 and 11, this is number 2, this is number 11. What does that mean? That means that the contaminant is just confined in this area of the site. Other areas of the site, they don't care about it. They weren't addressed in the submission to the New York State DEC. But the matter of fact is, starting this application, the submission for this application, the new approach was to just forget about all the remediation work is done, forget about the air sparging and the air stripping, and suggest that this site needs to be dug down to about 25 feet deep below grade. And an extensive sheet pile wall or a secant pile wall, which costs a lot, need to be installed. I did read every single shred of paper that was submitted to understand why, and I wasn't able to, even including the submission from the environmental engineer that addressed that. And one of the things that I did like struggle with is I looked at the figures even in that report, that the latest environmental cleanup plan, and I couldn't see the figures. It talked about the extent of the contaminants area, the cleanup area. It says it's about 6,000 square feet. It gives dimension, it's about 60 by 100. But when you look at and it actually specifies some figures that says if you want to see the extent of the contamination, go to this figure. I did look at this submission, it doesn't have any figures in it. So they need to include these figures in that environmental plan. And more important is to explain to us why was the switch from whatever was submitted to the state DEC, suggesting continuing that cheap approach and achieving full cleanup of the site, and all of a sudden switching to a much more expensive approach, digging the entire site to 25 feet deep, which is actually the main pillar that is supporting this application. So until they like address that and clarify it, I believe that it's like the hardship component here is not there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Okay, I will keep it short. I agree with most of what's been said. I also had a similar first reaction to Commissioner Artley Brown as the inclusion of articles about the affordable housing fast track or addressing the crisis when the crisis is about affordability, so it seems irrelevant and a little bit misleading. So I think that that should all be removed. We're just looking at a proposal for a housing project that is market rate. On the A finding, I agree with what other people have said today, that there are some potentials for hardships, but that the overall project is not currently justified, and that I haven't quite made the A finding fully yet for the proposal. I do agree that 3 frontages that impose 3 front yards on a wedge-shaped site is a hardship, but that is relative to the scale or the scope of what's being proposed. So that alone is not going to justify the project that is asking for 4.3 times the permitted FAR and 3 times the density. I think a lot of this is going to hinge on the environmental claim, which I think we have a lot of questions. I second the question about understanding, and this is from Commissioner Artley Brown, about is this additional to what's already been going on, or is this presented as a sum total of what's happened and what's going to happen? I think Commissioner Sheta also asked some good questions about the scope of the proposed remediations, including the 25 feet of excavation and the potential remediation document that was submitted in March of last year that describes the different cost references, attachments, which I think Commissioner Sheta also noted, those attachments are not part of the document. So we don't really get to dig into what is comprising those different sums for the remediation that then shows up in the cost estimate. I think that is all. I have nothing further to add.
To clarify about whether the environmental cost that was submitted is in addition to whatever, I believe it's not in addition to. I believe this is, if you look at attachment A to the cost estimate, it talks about digging the entire site. So no digging was like performed before, like the entire site was performed before. And I did actually look at the exact numbers. I took the area that they are proposing, which is 6,000, which is, by the way, about 95% of the site area. And I multiplied this by the depth to get the volume, switched that into cubic yards, and then into tons. And I exactly got the same exact number that they put in the cost analysis, which means that this is what is like proposed from now and forward. Whatever was proposed before, was done before, is not included. And I don't think it should be included.
Thank you. I think it's very clear from the discussion that a huge part of this finding is completely based on what is the underlying hardship on this site. What is the environmental hardship that is being cited? And the other part also is the unique site condition of this site. Yes. All right,
Next case.
next case.
Item number 19, 2025-50 BZ, 1255 East Gun Hill Road, the Bronx.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. We have not received a community board vote on this one. This is an application for a reinstatement of a 10-year extension of term pursuant to zoning resolution section 11-41 of a previously approved variance permitting the operation of a gasoline service station, which expired in October 2010, and a waiver of board's rule. So I want the applicant to ensure that the lot area and the existing floor area, all of that information is consistent throughout all the documents. This is an existing gasoline service station, which the board had jurisdiction on since 1955. And the last extension that was granted was in 2002. It was a 10-year extension of term that was granted, which expired on October 14th of 2014. Subsequent to then, in 2007, an enlargement was requested to the building footprint from, I think, to 1,887 square foot from 1,259 square foot, and convert to an accessory convenience store with conditions. Now, the document that has been submitted, there was a stamped DOB plan that we have, which was submitted, which shows an enlargement of less than what was approved by the board. It's about 628 square foot of enlargement along Boak Avenue. So the applicant is proposing a reinstatement and also rearranging the parking layout, but not proposing to fully enlarge the entire building, and is proposing 9 on-site parking spaces, including 1 ADA parking, and 2 along Boak Avenue. So I want to ensure that the vehicular parking along this frontage shall not encroach onto the side yard, especially along Boak Avenue, to the sidewalk, I'm sorry. And so for that, I want the applicant to provide a fence or a bollard with chain. Also recommend providing street trees along Boak Street frontage. Based on Google Street View, sidewalk along Boak is in need of repair and restoration. And it seems in the past, there was the sidewalk of Boak was used as a vehicular entry, but the sidewalk has been restored since then, but it's in need of repair nonetheless. So I think providing some street trees would further ensure that the sidewalk remains a sidewalk and not as an entryway from Boak Avenue. Indicate the width of the pedestrian walkway and add a note that it shall be kept clear to maintain a minimum 5-foot width, and it would be compliant to provide an ADA accessibility. And from the handicap parking lot to the building. Applicant also needs to provide a bollard to protect this walkway from any vehicular movement within the site. Proof of continuous use has been provided. Google Street Views from 2007 to 2024 has been provided. The existing hours of operation for the gasoline service station and the convenience store is a 24-hour service station. The signage does comply, but I want the applicant to include a sign chart in the plan. With regards to lumen, though it's not an issue since it's right now the abutting lot is vacant, and this is the other lot on this entire block. But since it is zoned for residential use, I want a note to be added to the plan that states that should, and this should be a condition also of the board, that should the abutting lot be developed with residential use, applicant shall ensure that lumen level not exceed 2-foot candle along such potential residential use frontages, and the exterior light shall be shielded and directed away from such potential residential use. I was looking at Z007, those notes, as I stated, it is included, but I do want the applicant to remove note number 2 from the drawing sheet. With regards to the landscaping, the existing landscaping does seem to be in very good condition. With regards to the trash, applicant is proposing a trash enclosure on the west side of the existing building. Applicant needs to provide the material height of the enclosure, and it should be of masonry wall material with metal gates. There are 5 open ECB violation, construction related to convenience store. But it seems all the amount has been paid. So I want the applicant to provide a little bit more clarification on that, but I think all in all, it's in a pretty decent shape with those additional comments being addressed. Vice Chair Shiveta.
Thank you, Chair. I have very limited notes on this. As shown in the submitted photographs from Google, the use of the automotive service has been continuous since the expiration of the board's grant. I also believe they've had substantial prejudice or result from, without such reinstatement. Absent the reinstatement, the owner of the site will not be able to obtain a certificate of occupancy, the service from the, service from the Department of Buildings. If they don't receive that certificate of occupancy, they'll be subject to violations. They won't be able to continue their services, and they won't be able to encounter financing, leasing, or selling the site. So that's all I'd like to add. I do agree with your statements. I just wanted to add that tidbit.
Thank you for adding that note. Yes, it is a critical part of this finding. Commissioner Otley Brown?
My only comment has been said by you, Chair, which is that the trash enclosure should be of masonry with steel doors.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments regarding the adjacency to that residential lot that's not being built. I would even commend them to put the sheets from now to make sure that no spillage is gonna happen, rather than waiting and then that the residential
Or
lot.
the light
is- yeah,
spillage.
Yeah, to avoid spillage. So I would commend them to put the shields now, rather than waiting until it's built and then there's an issue and then install the sheets. I believe it's
I-
much easier, like even cost-wise, it's much easier to put them
I-
now rather than waiting and then put them later. This is the only thing I have on this application. I'm satisfied with it.
I think when I looked at the lumen levels were very much within our acceptable levels.
Yeah.
So I don't think a shield is needed. It is stated more as in case
Yes,
there is a
that's
need
what
for
I
it in
meant.
future, but
Yeah.
I don't, as I said, based on the analysis that's provided, it's not needed. So it's a more of a belt and suspender kind of a note that we add. Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Okay, I had a few small comments, and I apologize if some of these are repetitive. In the views, the dumpsters need to be stored in the enclosure, that was probably addressed. The debris in the small side yard in view 16. And I'll just pull it up, so we're all looking at the same thing. That views, right, this one. Share. So this little kind of back corner has concrete pads, it seems like, that are adjacent to the building. I was thinking that should all just become planting so that there's no debris stored on the concrete pads. The sidewalks and curb cuts need to be repaired. And I also agree, the bollards, Chair, can you remind me where you wanted the bollards?
On book.
Yeah, right, alongside these, because
Yeah.
there's the air pump and then there's the two parking spaces.
Yeah.
Okay. They are fixing this little planter, which is currently out of bounds, and so they're proposing to fix that, which is good. I thought they should also add street trees to Book Avenue since there is no curb cut.
Yeah, and exactly for that reason is, it would prevent misuse of that. If you go back to the historic, if you look through the historic Google Street View, it seems there was a misuse of the curb along Book, and it was used for entrance. However, the curb has been restored,
Okay,
which is good.
right.
But I think to ensure that such misuse does not happen or result in using the sidewalk for parking or anything, that bollards be placed and contain the operation within the site.
Right, okay. Then one small thing I noticed on view 13. I think all of the stripes are much shorter than the actual length of a car. So it'd be good to restripe the parking spaces to the full length, just so that it can be, so it's clear where the parking spaces are. And then a couple of typos. I think that this is a waiver for more than 10 years after the expiration, which is, I think, the wrong section of the board rules is cited. The zoning analysis form states that 0 parking spaces are required. I wanted clarification on this. The DOB submission from 2007 shows that actually 5 are required. So if you could clarify what the actual number of required parking spaces.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Okay. Anything else?
No?
Oh, Tracy has her hand up.
Yes, Ms. Benke?
Had one administrative note. The secret protocol affidavit that was used, there's a newer version on our website. I think it's fine for this application, but I just want the applicant to know that there is a newer version that we updated.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
so that being it,
We're at 11:35.
this concludes the public review session. It's 11:35 and we'll resume at,
Then we might as well make it a lunch and then resume at noon. How about that?
Okay.
All right,
we'll resume at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, or actually just, it's 35, right?
Yeah.
So we'll make it 12:10.
All right,
That
please.
gives us half an hour to have our lunch.
Okay.
And you can,
Okay, we're going to resume at 12:10, ladies and gentlemen, for. Mic's off?
Hold on.
I got it. Pause and mute. Okay, good afternoon.
Sorry?
We are live again. Ms. Matias, we are live. We're streaming, recording. You may proceed with today's public hearing.
Sorry, let me put my video on. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for February 10th, 2026. We'll begin with zoning calendar. Continued hearing items. For the record, please note Commissioner Otley Brown is remote. Item 15, 2024-09BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn.
I added Jordan Most, he declined.
Who's
I'll try
doing?
again.
You got the hands up.
Yeah, he declined.
What? Who's doing this?
Are you controlling it?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay, all right. 'Cause I don't want
This
to,
is item 15, not 14, right? Item 50.
15, 15,
Not 14.
1-5. What did I
I
say?
hated it 14.
50? I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Maybe it's me.
Sometimes when I talk too fast on my English, sometimes. The hand up is George Peters.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay,
He's not part of that.
that's it. I know. So who is?
Am I here?
Oh, Mr. Most. Okay.
Mr. Post? I think I should be an attendee, not a panelist though, right?
No.
Oh, you've got me.
should-
There we go.
Would like to participate in the hearing.
Yeah.
Attendee, you could remain an attendee if you're just a member of the public.
Got it. All right. I'm in there. Yeah.
It looks like we have everybody from our team, but Hagai and either Yoel or Hirsch are not here yet.
is Sam Spira and
Yes.
and they're part of the applicants team?
Yes.
Erica Swarsman. Swanson.
Yep.
George Peters.
Sam Spira keeps declining joining.
Hirsch Fried,
Yoel as
part of your team.
I'll tell him.
Okay.
And who's the other person?
We got Sam Spira.
That's Sam Spira.
Come on, all it.
Videos on.
Oh.
Is Williams on?
Sam Spira.
Kevin Williams is there.
Kevin Williams is there.
Who's the other person?
Hagai-
Amber.
Yeah, I do see.
Hagai Rifkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No video.
There's a guy.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think the
so-
only person we're missing is Sam. But
I'm
he's
here.
declined. Oh, Sam's here. Okay, so we're good.
Yoel declined.
Are we ready?
We are.
Can we go?
We're ready.
Raise their hands. Do you affirm, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
I do.
Mr. Lee, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
So this is Jordan Most for the applicant. We of course listened to the review session. Understand the board's frustration with with several issues relating to this matter. We have been sort of diligently trying to pursue resolution, certainly with the air quality issues, with communication, conference calls and emails with DEP. And we believe, still making progress on that front. But having said that, I think
Can I just
just
ask
going-
you very quickly, very simply?
Sure.
How do you justify making progress on air quality when you're asking the operator to reduce when you're assuming that your mitigation on the site is based on an assumption where the emission level from the Hercules, if it is reduced by 50%, then the mitigation on your site is mitigable. How do you establish that to be a resolution that is going in the direction that will meet the finding? I just want to understand that.
Of course. So these, there was later in the review session, there was a discussion of these three options, and I'll allow the environmental people to go into that in a little more detail if you want. But the three options were options that were presented to us by DEP as different types of way to resolve the air quality issues. And we believe that we know that the particular option that we selected will ultimately would require DEP to reevaluate permits that have been issued, because the permits.
That's a non-starter. Mr.
Yeah, no,
Mr.
I'm not
Mouse,
trying
that's a
to.
non-starter. Why
I'm
did
not-
you take that option?
I know, I'm not trying to argue that
No,
point.
no, please don't argue then. Then
I'm-
why did you take that option? That's a non-starter. It's a waste of our time and waste of your time and waste of your client's time. This has been 2 years. We are in the process. This is the basic premises of this finding, Mr. Most.
Yeah, it
You
took a
have
long time to get
mitigate- You have to find a mitigation solution on your site. Not relying
Jordan,
on a
may I-
viable business model, not relying on a viable business, a legal business, with legal valid permits.
Well, that's not clear.
Did
That's
you
actually
do
not
proper review?
clear. But we're not trying to make that argument before the board.
That
And
is what
I
the
don't,
argument that
your
you,
solution to the problem is, we're gonna try to find a way to void the legal permits of an adjacent property that is not within our jurisdiction.
Can you put on your microphone, please?
You basically stated that.
Sure.
Is that better now?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you basically stated that your resolution to the problem is to try to void valid permits of another adjacent property. And that goes directly against the findings that we're supposed to make here. And that is also something that's considered a possibility or a contingency that is well without our jurisdiction and well without your hands. And that is not a basis to move forward on this.
yeah, I would say that what you have, you're stuck with the baseline that you have, which is what you have at Hercules and what is the maximum permit that Hercules is permitted to have. Your analysis was based on the maximum emission level that was permitted by all the permits, legal permits. So that's your baseline. If you're unable to function within those baselines, then withdraw this application and find another site, or wait for DEP to take the necessary action to reassess their policies or whatever it is that would require Hercules to go out of business or something. I'm not advocating for that at all, because that's not part of the findings.
And it would be a terrible precedent for us to
Yeah.
send, that to
Yes.
create a viability would be to
This-
destroy a
This
business
is
that
contrary
this very
to the findings.
zoning regulation says you are not to affect the adjoining areas.
Yeah.
Now, you're taking steps to affect adjoining areas, and that is very far against the standing of the zoning resolution. And frankly, again, I'm not comfortable creating that type of precedent. And I strongly suggest that before we decide to discontinue this type of, your type of response, you move on.
I think the board's satisfied that we're not going to be using this record to hold Hercules to the fire or prosecute Hercules. This is the applicant's application to prosecute.
Right.
And
We have no authority to prosecute Hercules. That is not the action that's before us.
we have not suggested, I don't suggest that.
so
I'm not
that's
making that
accepted and that's
argument.
done. That's done.
So then move.
Jordan,
on-
may I
move
please?
on with the
Yeah, go ahead,
analysis
Kevin.
that will require you to mitigate the existing baseline condition on your site, and if at all possible, and your analysis shows it's not possible.
And I honestly don't think that this is something that we are going to mull over during the hearing. You can take all the time you want talking about this, but
No, not all the time. This is a legal.
I'm talking about it. I'm not, yeah,
Jordan, may I
yeah,
please?
of course.
Orderly, members of the board, let me please back up. There've been a lot of statements made, and I want to reset the table. Okay, I want to start just briefly how we got here. and why the air quality matter has taken so long. We did the standard process of reviewing all of the existing permits at Hercules and around the environment, and as well as pre-existing uses that did not have permits, but that had potential air toxins. As it relates to Hercules, the issue here is we pulled all the permits. They also had permit review during this process. What was spotted during the course of this time, and Hagai Rifkin from Environmental Studies Corp is on here, as we noted inconsistencies and inaccuracies in the permits provided that overstated both annual and daily emissions by a dramatic amount. So it took many, many, many months and 2 rounds of review by DEP to acknowledge that. Then they changed the daily rate, but not changed the annual rate. We had a meeting with counsel from DEP and from Jordan, and with Jordan present, as well as members of the BSA and technical members of DEP. They gave us 3 options, and I will define those options now and indicate why we selected the option we did and what that means in terms of the analysis. We were given option 1 to evaluate no NAAQ and National Air Attainment Quality Standards on any exceedance of that. And that basically then presumed a 52% reduction in emissions. And bear in mind that this still did not have the adjustment to the annual emissions that overstated the amount of emissions from the salt bath permits by 100 times. So what happened is then we had an option 2. The option 2 was to basically go back to the same framework that we already submitted and screened an analysis that showed an exceedance. That would have put us back in the same position before. The implication between option 1 was that DEP felt that the permits as identified were deeply overstating the amount of emissions. That's why they allowed us an option 1. Option 3, by the way, and under the charter of the DEP, allows them to review, and I'm please forgive me, and if counsel for the BSA wants to stop me from talking about this, was about the performance standards present. And they're like, well, if they're not potentially compliant with the performance standards demanded of an M1 district, BEC may step in and do an inspection of the building if this analysis holds and determine actually what emission levels are occurring, how active are the processing equipment, what are the hours of operation, and get to the matter of whether or not the permits were right size and correctly supplied in order to comply with M1 performance standards, as well as DEP CATS permit standards. So that option would take 4 to 5 months. Option 2 has already been done. Option 1 was the only option to move forward. We were not suggesting that Hercules has to alter their operation. This was an analysis to basically show DEP what happens when you assume this and what operations would have to happen at the school, with the acknowledgement that our team understands that more work obviously needs to be done because there's this gap between actual operating reality and what the permit thresholds allow, and then the companion aspect of what does the M1 thresholds for environmental emissions allow. Nobody is suggesting this is a generic supposition we were supplied. This is the situation we were moved in. So we are suggesting, and Chair, you intimated it, maybe if the option here is to right size and get to the actual issue of what is being emitted and then to be addressed the mitigation accorded appropriately based on those emissions and based on proper permit standards and actual correct permits, would be to have BEC, Bureau of Environmental Compliance, go in and do the inspection and to check the operations and make sure they match the permits.
Thank you for that
So,
clarification. But
yeah.
I want my team members, Ms. Prenga and or Ms. Benke, to step in and mention something because they have been part of this meeting.
Yes.
I understand. Okay, so one thing of what I want to understand is when you're doing this analysis, the model that you did you base it on the actual emission level or what is the permitted emission level?
We base it on the permitted emissions levels. So that basically the actual permits adjusted correctly with an error that was spotted by our consultant, but still missing one. But as you noted,
I don't want to get into too much technicality here. I just want to know, was it based on what the permit permitted. Was the
Yes,
analysis that were
yes,
included into the analysis based on the maximum number that is permitted.
yes,
Okay,
but,
That's it. That's
but-
it. I don't, please, Mr. Williams, let's not muddle the water. I want to keep it very simple. If it is based on what is the DEP maximum permitted emission level, and that was put into your methodology and analysis,
with a 52% reduction off of the max with a 52% reduction.
that's where I have the problem.
Yes,
That
yes.
is where
I
have the
understand. I
And that is
understand.
why I fail to see how this would meet the findings.
So
If-
let me,
If, Ms. Benke, you had, please step in if I'm stating anything incorrectly.
No, that's, I agree with what Kevin said,
That,
that it was an actual measurements. The way that DEP, and Seeker does it is based on the air permits.
okay, so if it is based on the air permits and the air permit says that you cannot mitigate it, the only way you can mitigate it is reducing that permitted
no,
amount.
it's actually not true.
52%
We
to
can,
be able
we
to meet
can
the-
mitigate the highest rate possible. It can be done. We did not analyze that, and it was at the suggestion and the option that we're given to use option 1. Our recourse now is to have to go to option C and then redesign a mitigation approach according to that, based on the vastly overstated permit capacity. Yes, that can be mitigated as well at the building at extensive great costs, but that is not what is being.
Okay, so
Sorry, Chair.
please proceed with, I mean, I'm trying to understand this simple thing.
Yes, it makes no
If
sense whatsoever.
you
I don't
analyzed
understand the
option
guidance we
one
got from
based
DEP
on-
either. No.
Mr. Williams, just help me understand one
I
thing.
think one of the options is for BEC to confirm if the permit as issued is too conservative, right? That would take time, yeah.
But that is, I'm not understanding why DEC has to step in. If somebody has issued a
BEC,
permit,
the Bureau of, sorry, Kevin, do you know?
Environmental compliance.
Compliance.
but why is it at this point we're questioning the permits? The permit were issued, and if a permit is issued validly, why are we questioning the maximum level of
Because there are 2 permits, Chair. There's a permit, and you can call it a permit or you can call it something else. There's a certificate of occupancy for an operation to comply with M1 performance standards. And then there are CATS permits for industrial operation that are issued individually. And so the implication and the concern here with DEP is if there's an incongruity between the individual permits and the collective use of those permits and the emissions resulting from that exceed the allowances under the M1, they want to be able to cure that. And so the only way to do that is basically through an issue like this or through a complaint process. We did not suggest this. You know, this is basically one of the 3 options that were provided by DEP. And you know, the implication of the first option offered, you know, I feel based on the totality of all the communications was that the DEP feels that the permits are far exceeding what's actually operating at the site. And we basically followed that methodology because that was the only methodology that we could do in a timely fashion. Having said that, we could correct our papers to go with the alternative full max.
one at a time. Let Mr. Williams finish, then.
Yeah, I'm almost done. We could go alternatively with the full max, with the overstated and now have been corrected inputs that DEP has reviewed, and fashion a mitigation approach for the building that is vastly overstated. But again, I don't think that would get us all in proper condition. So really the only reasonable option here is to allow, you know, proper sizing, which I think would resolve some of the dilemmas that DEP is having regarding this incongruity and and it would allow us to properly determine whether or not the building can be reasonably mitigated, with proper technology that is not so costly that it prohibitively, makes this impossible. So we're in a data gap, Chair, and I think it's unprecedented at this point, for DEP, and that's where we're at. I deeply understand the frustration and the process on this, but the permit correcting process on this took over a year with DEP to get to where we're at, and obviously there's more that needs to be done.
Associate Counsel Ballas, do you have to say anything?
Can I ask something before?
Oh, sorry. Yes, let Commissioner.
My understanding is that you're basing your analysis based on what is permitted, the emissions permitted to the adjacent industrial property Hercules, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you do actual monitoring for the emissions over like a certain span according to whatever standards requires? And did you come up with a number for the actual?
In-field monitoring, so we suggested this a while ago.
Okay.
The problem is, how long do you run that monitoring? Because the flux and maximum operation varies over time. And so the reason why you do modeling is it goes beyond operational standards. But I agree with you. We actually recommended that. But I think the idea is that, DEP is going to work that way. We'd have to do a year of monitoring, or we have to.
Yeah.
But my concern with basing this or any decision on empirical data of actual monitoring here would then potentially handcuff Hercules to a limit of what they're emitting now. They have permits to operate. I mean, I think that the incongruity you're talking about between what's permitted in an M1 and what their CATS permits are, that's one issue. The issue of what's actual and what's permitted is a separate issue and should not be conflated. And I think that trying to rely on the Bureau of Environmental Compliance to go in and say, this is what they're actually emitting this month, so let's cap it to that seems contrary again to the C finding, where these guys have permits to manufacture what they manufacture, and maybe right now business is slow. How are we supposed to cap based on an actual when they have permits to legally operate? That seems like fair.
Right. And I understand that this is not our suggestion. And again, there is a nexus here, right? Because you have individual permits and then you have collective emissions. Those two things are tied, and they're two separate types of permits. So this was at DEP's suggestion, not ours. But I do completely understand exactly. They have individual permits for each individual piece of equipment that was assigned a maximum load, and each one of those, operates under thresholds. But when you cumulatively analyze those, the model is spitting out what it's spitting out. So I think DEP, they wouldn't have suggested that if they had their own concerns that the total compliance regime was not, operating effectively and getting these results. And the only way that you could identify that is through the process that occurred. But I do completely agree with you. Like in-field monitoring or some, temporarily limited internal, discussion or evaluation is whether or not that is going to get to a positive resolution for this case or not. I don't have an answer to that. These are the options that we were afforded. And I think more questioning a DEP about the methodology and approach would have to be sort of, continued with them onto this, and exactly the frame of your question would have to be asked. I'm assuming they've done this before and they have a methodology and sort of a method of inquiry that they would use to assure that they're not delimiting Hercules or any other operator from operating, as is needed within the confines of the law.
Mr. Velez?
Yeah, just a brief clarification, not speaking for the board or anyone else directly, but there's been a lot of paraphrasing of a meeting with the Department of Environmental Protection involving the applicant and also some BSA staff. And I just want to make clear that what's been described as an option 3 regarding the Department of Environmental Protection's Bureau of Environmental Compliance essentially inspecting and potentially enforcing the neighbor. That was not presented as an option or a choice. And necessarily it couldn't have been due to the jurisdictional constraints of the board and also DEP and its independence of the Bureau of Environmental Compliance. That was not an option or a choice. That was just DEP mentioning what its own Bureau of Environmental Compliance could do of its own volition. So that can't be factored into any kind of analysis here until such thing is done by DEP's own choice. The board doesn't have the jurisdiction to direct that to be done, and I'll let the general counsel finish this.
Thank you. I mean, it's the same way that Department of Buildings issues work permits for a specified limited type of work, and you are not supposed to exceed it, but people do. And there is a notice of violation for work without a permit, but work may continue. They may correct the violation. Hercules has permits. Should they exceed them? Absolutely not. Might they? Likely.
It's very possible.
It's very possible.
Right now, we're not sure whether their analysis based on permitted, like, set of parameters here, but who knows? Maybe the actual parameters are higher than that, and then you have a bigger problem than what you think you have.
And this board is leading, sorry, go ahead.
But the biggest issue here is that is not a jurisdictional question
Right.
that is allotted to meet our findings. And in fact, I think that while you say this is part of their own volition, I believe that you brought this to them. And your job is to fit in the neighborhood, not to make the neighborhood fit you. That
That's-
goes
I-
in direct contrast to
I
what.
do understand that
And
comment.
again, the more you speak, the more you're digging that hole of what you're doing that is against the spirit and four corners of the text of the resolution.
We're trying to get to the bottom of what the
I
emissions
think,
are.
I think I would say, all due respect, Mr. Williams, we think highly of the work that you do. This evaluation process was not done correctly, and and this particular team should have known that, because this would not, because it is contrary to the findings, and taking this approach is, unfortunately, it took 2 years, but we are nowhere. And I do not see a path forward on this. And I definitely, as our council, both council, Velas and Vine mentioned, that this is not really, but option C is not at all an option. It's not it is not something that can be factored into the discussion. So you're left with working with option 2, which is the exceedance. And as it is, you're showing your option 1 just fails. And so I don't see how option 2 would work. So therefore, I just don't see what is the road forward.
And I
Chair,
hate-
may I?
Ernie, you're not
if I-
making an actual record here. You're making hearsay statements that are not supported by the party that made those questions, and you're asking us to rely on them.
That's not a proper characterization. I'm sorry,
okay,
Deputy
it's not-
Chair.
Are you
I
not
can't-
asking us to take your word, your statement?
No.
No,
This
no,
is not my words.
no. He's not.
We had council present at
He's
this
not saying
meeting,
that.
and first of all, I've been told not to
I
respond
will,
anymore.
I'll take that
I'm
back from
fine.
the record. I'll take that back from the record, Mr. Williams. But all I'm saying is that I really am not convinced with the way forward. I don't see a path forward. Unfortunately, I do not see a path forward. And I do not see, I cannot speak for the other boards.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to say, and this is not on the topic of discussion, this has been an immensely difficult case for us. We've been at this almost 4.5 years. You know, a lot of this is a matter of first impression. So I understand there are a lot of heated voices here. We've done the best we could peering into this, and there are data gaps, and we did not know how to resolve them. You know, yes, we could have done option 2. It would have resulted in multi-millions of dollars, you know, to cure something that is probably dramatically overstated, which is basically what DEP has, opined or inferred through their process. So I get everybody's consternation for this. We've tried to do our very best, and I understand that this does not satisfy the board. That's as much as I can say on this matter.
Yeah, thank you.
okay.
And I just want to
Now-
ask, obviously, in the 4.5 years you've been working on this and the 2 years that we've been hearing this, everyone's going to school every day.
Yes. Yes,
It's a
exactly.
concern. So, and I know it's a concern for everybody on your team as well, but everyone's still going to school every day, and that's a problem.
Yes, it's a problem. So I don't know if you want us to address the school bus issues.
No,
just
I
to
think
close.
that's a tail that's wagging the dog. I need to take care of the dog first. I don't see the
Understood.
dog being taken care of.
Great.
And I have to say, I am frustrated to find out 2 years into this that there are school buses that is being used by the school, and this information leak happening every 2 years. It's becoming bothersome, and to some extent, there's a little bit of disingenuousness that one gets to feel when one sees that. So I am keeping that aside. My concern is with the air quality and the way it's being considered to be mitigated. To me, it will not meet the findings. And therefore, based on that, I really don't want to take this discussion any further on other matters which might have a solution, but are not the driving factor in this case.
Before we finish the matter, I do see that Haggai Rifkin is present. And Haggai, was there anything that you wanted to put into the record about the ability to mitigate even the worst case condition that you can state?
Yes, so, thank you. When we did the analysis, it was based on the guidance we got from DEP. We understand the concern, and we can, like Kevin said, we can change it to just use the permit condition. Maybe in the future, the permit condition will change, knowing that there is a problem with it, there is inconsistencies, way overstated. But if we go with that permit condition, we can have a solution. We hope to have a situation where the indoor air is within the standards. So just applying HEPA filter, but more filtration.
Okay, so that basically just wanted to add that's similar to my generalization. So Chair and board, back to you.
Okay. All right. If there aren't any additional comments from the applicant's team, should we open it to the public? But before we do that, we call the team from the Hercules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions for the applicant team for now, for the commissioners? Okay.
I just have a question. And it's probably a question that probably can't be answered now, but should be raised. Whenever we start a case, applicants, representatives have to swear, not on a Bible, but raise their right hand and swear to tell the truth to the best of their ability. And I just want to know what the applicant thinks of the issue that we found now that those 4 swearings are invalid. And shouldn't there be consequences for all of that? Otherwise, wouldn't it just be paying lip service to the idea of telling the truth? And I'm talking with respect to the school bus issue. But it also can trickle to affect other issues.
Commissioner Otley Brown, I'm going to just share screen right now. Google Street View, at any date you pick, 2024, 2021, 2017, there's a school bus outside adjacent catty corner to the site. And Google Translate purports to make it seem like it belongs to this school, that it is emblazoned with their name on it in Hebrew.
And that is a statement that I made at the last hearing.
So I'm going to kick off a response to this. We initially started the surveying of the school. We noted this And we also had cameras out for 2 weeks, and we provided questionnaire to the client. We were told that these buses were not affiliated with the school, and that was maintained for quite some time, actually, until we got the opposition memorandum. I'm going to hand this off because we went off of that data and that information. We spotted the same types of things that we did. We were informed that these are school buses associated with an allied, the broader allied institution that was not only associated with the school, but again, we saw during our observations no children dropped off or picked up. Having said that, we did not go out and survey, and for seasonally winter and spring.
Right, and
so
I think
what I've asked,
I don't think I'm questioning your methodology. I think it's
I
unfortunate.
wanted to hand it
we're
off
not
to
fully informed of the
Yeah.
school operation, and you based it on what you were told.
I wanted to hand this off to Mr. Spira and members of the school to be able to address this incongruity. So Mr. Spira.
I will answer
yes.
the picture that you showed on Google Maps is definitely not our bus. I can confirm that, and you can see it on the bottom. You see the English word. It says Central United. It says United Medical Academy. We are called Central United Medical Academy.
Mr. Most, maybe you want to direct the witness testimony in this application in light of the board comments and the credibility about the buses here.
Hi,
Own determinations with the record that's been made over the course of 2 years here.
if I could take 1 minute from your time, I would like to explain what happened there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, on your own applicant team just testified under oath to the board that it was misrepresented initially about the buses, that buses do to the school does utilize school buses. Please be careful.
That's actually a mischaracterization. I don't know if circumstances changed from our initial analysis or if there was some misunderstanding from the client. So just, I want you to afford that consideration. So Mr. Spira, just as I stated before, just plainly explain what has happened in your past, testimony to the members of the board here.
We're going to call Mr. Peters or anyone else from the opposition team at this time.
I thought you were asking for a statement from ownership in the applicant.
You could submit that in writing, sir.
Okay,
And
understood.
I hope that statement is, again, in line with the rest of the statements that are made so that we can actually move forward. But at this time, we're going to ask for the opposition if they have any statements that they'd like to make.
Good afternoon, members of the board. George Peters from George W. Peters, PC, 3651 Bell Boulevard, Suite 202, Bayside, New York. I'll keep it really brief. Simply put, Hercules and Rizzo Research Corp, the owner of the real estate. Hercules is the operating company. We just want to reiterate our shared concerns that the board raised both in their review session as well throughout the pendency of the current public hearing. The only thing I would like to add is if you take a look at the Swans Engineering Memorandum dated January 29th, 2026, we have multiple photographs from October of 2025, as well as one from December of 2025, showing school buses parked in and around the adjacent areas, pretty much in the early morning hours, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, just speaking to the bus issue. Other than that, I'm joined by Ms. Swanson today of Swans Engineering, if you have any questions related to that. Otherwise, we would just respectfully request that the application be denied, and we thank you for your time.
Ms. Swanson, was there anything that you'd like to add?
Erica Swanson from Swans Engineering. No, thank you, unless the board has any questions for me.
Okay.
That's the right way to go, Ms. Swanson.
All right, let's go to the public.
Thank you, Jello. The case that we're currently discussing now is 2024-09BZ, 401 Park Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment in this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-609-7758 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted, you press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand in front of, little hands at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you will have 3 minutes in which to comment.
I just want to see if there's anybody.
There's yeah, but so why are they allowing the you guys in the school?
Okay, I see no hands raised. What do you want to do?
No. Right, yeah. I think based on the information that we discussed, and I don't think any information that has been provided at this public hearing has given me a reason to proceed with this application. I'm going to make a recommendation that we close this application and keep the record open for the applicant to make a submission. However, I'm not going to give it too much of a time because, as I've said, we're in second year of this processing and with no clear path forward. So I'm going to make a motion, we close and schedule this for decision for March 23rd. And that's being extremely generous, giving 1 month for the applicant to respond, put things in writing, and for the opposition. And as I said, I remain extremely skeptical, doubtful, and not convinced of being able to meet the critical finding of this special permit.
Motion.
Yes, I want to keep the record open from anybody from the community and community board that they want to weigh in on.
And it's not, I would say it's not just because of the lack of the progress, but it seems that there is no path forward.
It is the.
Based on the feedback from
Yes,
the applicant.
yes,
from this year.
it is not the lack of
Yeah.
progress, it's that I do not see a path forward.
Yep.
And it would fail to meet the findings. Based on that, I'm going to close this and not take away anybody's time, valuable time anymore.
Motion to close, Chair Shonda.
Aye?
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 16, 2025-16BZ, 583 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Mark Young, Barbara Cohen, Jed Weiss, and Mr. LaBelle.
Amber's here for this one too. Oh, okay. Barbara.
Amber and Kevin are supposed to be.
Case. Are we all, wait, let me wait for Amber. Okay, are we all here? And Kevin has to come back in, and Mark Young? Mr. Williams, Mr. Young, please join us.
Hello, I'm a member of the public, if that's the right time.
Oh, we have to,
Oh,
you
okay.
have to go in the waiting room, sorry. Mr. Williams?
Who's the member? Mark Young?
Mark
Yeah, yeah. You can come in later, sir.
It's okay if Kevin's not. I wasn't sure if he was planning on attending, but I'm here to represent GZA.
Let's start. Okay, so let me swear everyone in. The team is here, right, Mr. LaBelle?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Yes. Okay. Whoever's the lead, please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you, Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel, PC, for the applicant. Good afternoon, board, and thank you for the comments at the review session. I just want to step back for a moment because while the analysis at the board and much of the discussion centered around a BSA variance, I would just note that there is special permit relief that is sought here for a community facility of greater than 1,500 square feet, specifically a medical facility. So given that, when we're looking at the real application here and what waivers are actually being sought, new waivers to allow for this use here, it's a parking waiver. I mean, that is really the substance of the BSA's analysis and the applicant's analysis. And so, I heard the board's comments. I think that we are going in a positive direction, but I did want to step back for a moment and say that, in my mind, I always look at the nature and the extent of the waivers that are being requested in terms of what the applicant is trying to prove. And I think here that we are approaching satisfying that burden, specifically with regards to the variance relief. I think we meet the special permit findings. Of course, special permits requiring a far lower burden of proof and maintaining a far lower burden of proof. But I think that for the parking waiver here, I think we're well on our way towards demonstrating what we need to demonstrate to the board. And also, of course, with regards to character findings, which affect both the special permit and variance relief, I would note that while in the previous posture of the case, which was, of course, a variance application in 2009, Community Board 14 recommended disapproval of the application. The Community Board now approved the application by a vote of 39-1 in favor and cited the fact that they thought that this use and the character of this use was appropriate for the site. Given that, our goal here today is very simple. We do not wish to belabor this. We know we need to come back to the board with some additional materials. All we'd really like to do is set the groundwork in terms of what we're bringing back to the board. There were some inconsistencies which we'd like to address in terms of what the proof that we're providing to the board and the findings, and then to come and reapproach the board based on that. I know that the lion's share of the discussion will likely be between Barbara Cohen and Commissioner Otley Brown. Having said that, what I would start with would simply be the board's interpretation of 5431, with regards to the opportunity for the applicant to allow for a non-complying building or structure to be converted, and whether or not that here constitutes a new application or there was an as of right versus lesser variance. We posed that as a lesser variance. The chair noted that she felt that it was an as of right application. And again, just setting the groundwork for our next submission, we don't feel that that's correct. We feel basically that 5431 would not have permitted and would not permit an as of right conversion of this building, and that basically, if we did go to Department of Buildings with that, as we noted in our statement of facts, we would not be able to build that as of right. Jed Weiss joins us, from my firm as a zoning specialist. And Jed, do you want to talk to that for a minute?
Excuse me, can I just break in here?
Of course.
Since you're making these statements as if this has already been agreed upon and that the board agrees with your interpretation, but if it is your interpretation that you can't build this as of right, that's not enough for us. I think you need to go get a CCD1 from Department of Buildings that supports your statement. And
Well,
I do
but
really,
Commissioner
I
Otley Brown,
personally,
we would be proving a negative, but we
no,
don't.
you wouldn't be proving a negative. You'll go and you'll say, I want to convert this to a two-family home, and provide the plans to the two-family home and see what the interpretation of DOB is. They're either going to say you could do this as of right, or they're going to say no. But I don't see what putting Mr. Weiss on the stand does for us because he is employed by you in this instance.
Of course he is, Commissioner Otley Brown, but
Well, then
Jed
why
Weiss in his professional capacity at Department of Buildings reviewed literally hundreds, if not thousands of ZRDs. We're just willing to give testimony in this fact, and perhaps if the board agrees with us, not be required to go back to Department of Buildings for a futile application.
Mr. Lobel, I think, as you know, the board standard has always been when you are making a position of DOB's interpretation, you support it by DOB's documents. And that has been the standard practice. So I hope you will respect that practice and proceed with that. I will let Mr. Weiss speak, but I do want that document, which clearly indicates that that DOB believes that 5431 is not applicable in this case.
Well, so I'll let Jed speak, and then maybe we'll just settle this in terms of just the labeling of the option. But Jed, do you want to talk for a minute?
Sure. So the issue is that this building is not a non-complying building subject to Article 5, Chapter 4. The non-compliances are not a result of a change in the zoning resolution. It's a result of the BSA's variance of 1009 BZ. So it's under the board's jurisdiction. It's not the same thing as a non-complying building where you can use 5431 to change a non-complying building and its use.
So
That's the primary difference.
non-compliance is a legally non-compliance. Let me just make it clear as I understand it. Non-compliance, if it is legal, how do you determine legal non-compliance? It's either grandfathered or it's legally non-compliance based on some discretionary review that has been enacted. And in this case, the BSA's approval is a discretionary action that was granted that resulted in a legally non-compliance use. That has always been the understanding of defining a legally non-conforming, non-complying, or for that matter, legally non-conforming. It's either grandfathered or it is based on discretionary review that makes it legal.
That's not my understanding. If the building is under the board's jurisdiction, you can't use it. You need to go back to the board to modify those non-compliances.
Are you saying that once with the board, always with the board? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so then if that's really what you're saying, then this really isn't about just a simple parking waiver. It's also about a use waiver. Am I correct?
No, Commissioner Otley Brown, there is a use waiver, but my sole point was that that's disposed of here through a special permit, which is held to a different standard than a variance, of course, and does not require running through the more technical findings of a variance.
Okay, but you do have to run through the technical findings of a variance, because even for a parking waiver, you have to prove that whatever is as of right can't be built and be feasible, right?
Yeah,
okay. So you were just making that opening statement, but I'm not quite sure what that opening statement was supposed to direct us to do, if anything, other than a full review of the 5 findings.
Yeah, Commissioner Otley Brown, it merely goes to the point that while we're in the posture in many applications to approach the board with upwards of 13, 15, 17 waivers involved, this is not that. This, while there's an existing non-complying building here pursuant to the board's resolution, the only new relief sought by variance is the parking waiver.
And I would say in that case, if what Mr. Weiss is saying is that is what DOB's interpretation is, in that case, it could be done administratively and not require a full-blown SOC or something like that. Mr. Velez, Mr. Velez had his hands up for a long time, and then you.
Sorry, everyone. Just very briefly, I just wanted to note, just for the record, that under Section 1210 of the zoning resolution, non-complying is defined as a building or other structure. A non-complying building or other structure is any lawful building or other structure which does not comply with any one or more of the applicable district bulk regulations, either on December 15, 1961, or as a result of a subsequent amendment thereto. And then it goes on to define an individual compliance. Just wanted to add that.
So Chair, just to, I'm sorry, I know that there's other members of staff who want to comment. I can wait.
I also wanted to point that out, that I think by definition, it's based on the applicable district bulk regulations specifically, and any amendment to the zoning resolution. So I think that is consistent with, I think, what Mr. Weiss was saying.
Mr. Costanza?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Carlo, you went silent.
Can't hear you, Carlo. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to try to procedurally provide some clarity. Mr. Weiss is correct. I mean, the non-compliance exists because of a variance application. It is a lawfully established non-compliance, right? So I don't think that a variance here could be surrendered outright. It's not that type of change. But, you know, could a change in the use here that's a conforming use with the recognition of the non-compliance that's was given by the board can be considered in some form? Possible. I'm sorry, I didn't have time to brief this, but I just want to make it clear. It sounds like all of you are right. We just got to find a middle ground, okay?
I might have a middle ground if I can offer it, Mr. Costanza, which is to the extent that the issue is one of labeling, to the extent that the applicant has called that a lesser variance scenario, we're happy for the purposes of moving along to conditionally, reconfigure that as an as of right scenario, merely to inform our presentation of alternatives going forward and show that to the board. It's more along the lines of, we know that the board had mentioned this in executive session, so just want an opportunity to address that. But really what it amounts to be is, can we fix the building and do that through normal, ordinary measures and result in a feasible development other than what is proposed? Our assertion is no. But again, happy to move forward on that basis and to advance the hearing.
Yep, okay, I agree that the focus is on Ms. Cohen. So
Great.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Barbara, do you want to address some of the issues in terms of the costs and the calculations there too?
Sure, and I'm here also speaking on behalf of Maurice, who is the cost estimator. And
wait, if I could just interrupt, I apologize for a moment. Ms. Matias, can we just confirm, is everyone who's on the call supposed to be on the call? There's names that are not part of the applicant team. I just want to make sure.
Oh, yeah, the architect.
You're looking at.
Joe?
Mr. Costanza,
There's a Joseph Pilanti whose hand is up, but that's a member of a public. We have.
No, Joe's our architect.
Oh, Joseph Pilanti's your architect?
Correct.
Okay.
You need him?
You need him?
We do.
Let him in the room.
And Mr. Costanza, your hand is up. Anything that you want to add? I think
Carlos stepped away, probably.
Yeah.
I also don't know whether or not there's a Mr. Zev Nierenberg, if he's in the waiting room as well.
Who? Zev Nierenberg, is he part of your team?
Correct.
Okay.
You see it?
He's in the room, yes. His hand is up and also.
He needs to be
Mr.
sworn
Pilanti.
in.
I know, as soon as they come in the room. Would have been good if they were here all at the same time.
True.
Well, sorry, guys, but
I know.
everybody wants to drag this. Mr. Palante, please join us. I don't know, is he not accepting, Shamba?
Yeah, I don't know why he's not accepting.
Accepting as panelist, Mr. Palante. Is he in the room? There we go.
Is he in?
Okay. So could you unmute and put your cameras on, Mr. Palante, and the other person that joined the room?
And Zev.
Zev. So I can swear you in, please?
Where is Mr. Nierenberg?
Do you need Mr. Nierenberg?
He's the applicant.
I'm not sure why he's not able to accept the panelist. You need to accept the panelists, join as a panelist.
I'd say to him if for some, oh, there we go.
All this Zoom is wasting time.
I don't see him.
No, he's there. He's just not unmuting.
Okay.
Okay, unmute Mr. Nierenberg. Oh, that's pronunciation of your name, so I can swear you in, please. We don't hear you. Could you unmute, please?
Could be a microphone in the lower left corner that you need to click, Zev. There you go.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Pallanti and Mr. Nierenberg, could you please raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on, Mr. LaBelle.
All right, Ms. Cohen, if you're able to address the costs.
Sure. So what I was saying was that I'm also here relaying some of the information that I briefly discussed with Maurice, who provides the cost estimates, who gets that from the demolition plan, which Joe Palante can specify further. The reason why in all cases that we reach out to an independent cost estimator is when there's renovation of a building, and particularly specialty work scope that has to be done, that Marshall and Swift, that we always use for new construction totally, can't really address. Things like, redoing the electric and the HVAC and in the proposed, you're taking away a stairwell, and there's a lot of very specific work scope items that you're not going to find in Marshall and Swift. I will have Maurice elaborate further in terms of what items you could use a Marshall and Swift number for versus items that you really can't. And it's based on his professional experience and
So can I jump in here?
Yes.
It's the big picture, Ms. Cohen, that I'm talking about. And don't you think it's kind of strange that when you're talking about an alteration of an existing building that's keeping in place the foundation of that existing building and the exterior walls and supports of that existing building, that when you're adding your alteration costs are coming out to be 90% of what it would cost to build it from the ground up.
So
it doesn't make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. You can sit here and you can tell me, well, if you want to close up a stairwell and fill that in, it's going to cost this, and we can't use Marshall and Swift for that. But the bottom line is the big picture has to make sense. And the big picture doesn't make sense. And the reason why is you're trying to combine apples and oranges. The apples are the Marshall and Swift new construction costs that the board feels is a way to cap the runaway construction costs that was occurring over the past couple of decades. And we wanted to put a cap on that. And we wanted to link it to something that everybody understood was a standardized expression of the costs. You're trying to compare that to the oranges. The oranges are what a cost estimator thinks it would cost, and there's no way for us to really know whether that cost estimator is honestly talking about the actual costs here or talking about some kind of dream situation that is going to result in an answer that's favorable to you. And so therefore, we need to cap the alteration costs as well. And so we need to tie those costs to the Marshall and Swift new construction costs. So if it costs $245 a square foot to construct this building from the ground up, it can't cost $215 a square foot to replace some partitions and fill in some floor.
So well, look, I'll have him try to do something with Marshall and Swift to, and if there are very particular things that come into play, I'll have him explain it. I mean, there's no sense just trying to, make things up, just trying to push Marshall and Swift in there.
Right, but
as of right, the new construction that was the as of right was like 290 a square foot, and the proposed renovation was 184, which was about this your internet search of 65%. So
also, that the other thing I wanted to say about that is I would love for you guys to validate for me what the actual gross square footage is of all your scenarios, because when I was doing all of the math, I got different numbers, and that's because my calculations I'm basing against total gross square footage, and you're doing gross square footage of above grade building area. And that's, to me, kind of hiding what's going on. It's not making it very clear from scenario to scenario, because for some strange reason, your paperwork had the two-family as being something like 5,000 gross square feet above building area, but
that's because Marshall and Swift, always keep in mind, is always doing numbers based on above square feet. And if it has a cellar, it's added on. So
then you should be taking the total, you add on the cellar, take the total, and divide it by the total gross square footage, so that this way we can actually see what the actual scenarios cost. Because then when I was looking, because I was trying to find out a way to compare everything, you actually have like some 9,000 square feet in that as of right, because you also have an attic and you have a cellar, which is another 5,000 square feet in addition to the 5,000. So I'm saying, let's go back to the plans and get the gross square footage from the plans for each scenario and carry that through, because then you could clearly see what the various costs are in comparison to each other. Because that's what I found. At first, I was like, wait, this is based on not 5,000, because there's an attic and there's a cellar in this scenario, which
but
is
an attic is not fitted out as the rest of the residential, right? The cellar is
the add-on, you take the cellar add-on, you take the attic add-on, add it to your component parts that Marshall and Swift come, divided by the total gross square footage, so we can get an idea of what the total price per square foot is for the gross building area.
Okay, I think in this next submission, we will do our best to help make the comparative effort easier to understand.
Well, it actually, to be honest, would probably work more in your benefit anyway, because it brings the total cost down, right?
No, but the point is, we want to be able to, because this is, the issue of renovation comes into play in a number of cases, so obviously we want to find a way to, make you feel comfortable in analyzing one to the other. So we'll take a closer look at how to do that. Other than that, it's kind of all I sort of have to say. More about the building, the architect can speak to, but
I had questions about soft costs and why they varied so greatly between the different scenarios.
So, keep in mind, soft costs, some are fixed and some are related to costs. And so very often, even though, the construction costs may be less, the fixed costs and the soft cost schedule don't change.
Actually, it's actually the opposite. If you look at the performer page 32 of your PDF submitted January 23rd. If you look at the as-of-right residential option, which according to my understanding is total knockdown of the building and building new, the soft cost for that is about $250,000, 250,000.
Yeah, Commissioner Yoon was actually right. I saw, she's right, the residential brokerage piece is a missing piece, which wasn't calculated.
Your mic's.
That would
Just wanna
certainly
suggest
change
that you have
things.
some quorum for the board here. You did cut off Commissioner Sheta in the middle.
Oh,
of
I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
Yeah, what I was saying, and I'm gonna elaborate on this, like catching up on what Commissioner Brown indicated. If you look at the option that I said, as of right residential, this is the total knockdown of the existing building. In building new, 250,000 almost, soft cost. If you switch to the one adjacent to it, which is the lesser variance, which is, as far as I understand, this is like a renovation of the existing building, so you're not building new. The soft cost for this is 540,000. Soft cost is kind of a measure for the engineering oversight during construction, more or less, plus. For a new building, it doesn't take a genius to conclude that it should be less for the second option and more for the first, not the opposite. So that doesn't make sense. On the doesn't make sense issue here, I would add to what Commissioner Brown indicated that, yes, sometimes we get like cost estimated reports, and when we look at them, we proceed and we go to like individual items and we look at them and see whether they make sense or not. Sometimes we don't do that. We stop at like moment zero. Why? Because when we look at the numbers, you conclude immediately that this is something that's fictitious. It's made up. It doesn't make sense. Like that, like the soft cost issue here. So please, and I would add to what I said, is that I got actually in touch with Marshall Swift about 3 years ago. I communicated with him to ask whether the software could be used to do cost estimates for renovations and alterations. And they confirmed that. They said, yes, it's possible. So it's not a good reason to just abandon this and elect to go with the cost estimated report to come up with the numbers that make your case viable. Again, it doesn't work that way.
Well, I don't think we're using cost estimators to make up numbers, but rather to bring a real sense of reality and match to the special needs of the renovation itself. The missing, the brokerage, sales brokerage that's in that scenario does add another $156,000 to bring that cost up to.
There's also a big number that I just highlighted, the construction loan interest, which is much higher for the alternative or the lesser variance versus the community facility, which presumably would be equal, or, I mean, it's unclear to me.
Function.
Soft costs are so much higher, as Commissioner Sheta said.
So I'm sorry. Also, the number at the very top, I need clarification on that. The 1.7, the land and building value. Is that the land and the existing building? This is the value for both of them?
That, yeah, I know, it should say site value instead of land and building, but it is let me just double check.
It's the land in the existing building.
It's the existing building, yeah, based on sales. So yeah, that's correct.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Can you give me like a ballpark? I'm not asking like for a 95% accurate number, but ballpark. How much land, how much building?
Oh, I can't tell you off the top of my head.
It's a 5,000 square foot lot. Oh, you mean which number covers what dollar amount covers which?
I just want to get an idea. How much for the building, how much for the land?
It's kind of hard to do because it's based on building sales. It's based on the sale of a property that included both land and building. That's the problem here. It's not very transparent way of doing things. And the calculation for what portion is land and building is not an easy calculation to make.
So if I say 60% building, am I like on the building side, leaning on the building side, or the opposite? Should it be 70% rather than 60, or should it be 50%? I want to go crazy on this, just to like
Can I ask
explain something.
why, can I ask why that is a critical factor here?
Because I want to compare that building value that's existing to what is presented to us. And it's going to show that, again, this is another point that doesn't make sense in the cost estimate. If you say that the building is 60%, which I believe as an engineer is very conservative, 60% of 1.7 million, this is like $1 million. So how come the existing building is $1 million, and if you knock it down and build another one, it's twice as that?
Well, I just find the whole as of right scenario as laid out it's really, comparison should be between the lesser variance and the proposed. So if the building value in both cases should be the same, and land value should also be the same, that will take away the whole as of right discussion from our analysis.
Is that what we're doing going forward, is taking that scenario out altogether and?
Yeah,
Should we-
take the
yes,
as
I
of
should.
right demolition and new construction totally out of that analysis.
Okay, no
Just
problem.
focus on the
The
as
two.
Mr. Lobel agreed, rename the lesser variance to the new so-called as of right with a question mark.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
The soft cost, we usually live with 30%, maximum 35% of the construction cost. If you look at that, the lesser variance is 540 versus 1 million. It's more than 50% of the renovation cost. Again, that doesn't make sense. So the soft cost itself, if you compare the three options together, they do not make sense. If you compare the soft cost to the renovation or the construction cost, it doesn't make sense. So if all of these points do not make sense,
Yeah.
can you tell me which component in your report does make sense? Nothing.
I don't want to get, I think we have given the applicant enough material to kind of go back and reassess and scrub the financial analysis. And the inconsistencies that are being mentioned has been mentioned at the review session. I don't want to take any more of your time, but just dive into the details. If not now, in your next submission.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to do so. And also to take into account the board's comments in terms of the as of right asterisk scenario. Joe Palante is our project architect here, heard the comments at the review session. Joe, was there any clarification that you needed in terms of the comments, or are you okay?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful just to discuss what comments were made and where my mindset was coming up with, as we call it right now, the as of right scenario, which was creating those two apartments within the existing perimeters of the building. So the approach that, and I'm particularly addressing Commissioner Sheta and explaining that in no way was I ignoring his comments. I did take into account what he was saying.
We seem to have lost.
I didn't
Joe.
see that in the submission. I did ask to add.
I think we
section.
lost him. Hold on.
We did.
Get him back before we,
Oh, okay.
it's important.
I thought
for him to
he
hear
finished.
us. Yeah, I think we lost him. Ooh, we lost him. Okay, I think one of the questions I had was the way the two dwelling unit was laid out, and if that is adding to the cost of construction, and is also therefore making a layout, creating a layout that is less marketable, as opposed to two side-by-side semi-detached unit with its own with its separate cellar level, ground floor, and a second floor. And as you all know, we have seen many 73-622s with that floor plate, even something that's even narrower than that. And those have worked in that very particular layout format. So why can't that be possible? And that is very typical building typology in that area also. It's not something unknown. This way you create a clear cellar space, which is very marketable, which adds to the value of the unit, as opposed to these shared cubby holes with one without knowing whose is whose kind of thing. And that way, and you also get to fully utilize the entire building structure. So that is the other thing I wanted you to kind of respond to as to why did you pick upstairs, downstairs kind of scenario as opposed to a side-by-side scenario? Why did you pick a plan that way?
Well, I just heard the tail end. I disconnected and reconnected. I have no idea why. I apologize. So we're talking about separating it and splitting the building in half and addressing the entrance to Farragut Avenue, correct, Chairperson?
So the as of right option, what I was asking is, why wasn't a consideration given to splitting the building halfway longitudinally, which would allow for each unit to have two separate entrances with its own individual cellar, ground floor, and second floor?
Okay, so the intention, as I started to say when my technology failed me, was that I was trying to utilize, it's a very odd shape in the front, that circular wall. I was going to leave that as common space because attributing that to one of the units would be odd. And this kind of lends its hand into what Commissioner Shedder was saying about squaring off the building. And I'll jump into that in a second, because I want to address that too, to explain the thought process, and that nothing was overlooked. It was kind of a process in my mind. So in looking at it, I was trying to keep all the perimeter walls the same, cost reasons, and I was trying to utilize the existing structure for cost reasons, and trying to utilize that odd shape and leaving that as a lobby. Once again, efficiency of cost. And then splitting the two, using the two floors that were already built in a similar manner, and creating an apartment on each floor, because we do have an existing elevator already. I didn't add that elevator. And what I did was I just created a more simple stair. I thought this would be the easiest way to create two apartments that would be efficiently done and not spend an exorbitant amount of money, henceforth making an easier solution for Barbara and I to work towards costing. So that's the reason I did that. And if I did split it the way you're saying, I just thought that it would require much more work, and I would be left with, in that western unit, I'd be left with a circular wall, unless I did what?
No, I'm sorry. Longitudinally, I'm sorry if I'm not, I mentioned basically cutting it the lengthwise.
You're talking east-west, right? That's what I'm speaking north-south. You're talking east-west, okay. So
basically, right now the footprint is 40-foot wide, 67-foot long. So split it halfway, you have a 20-20 with a 67-foot long footprint in the cellar and in the basement. And then on the second floor, because you have to be within one FAR, you basically have just a very squared off second floor, and the rounded portion is the balcony for both of the apartments. All you have is one solid, and you already are showing bedrooms on one side. So all you have to do is put the bedroom on the other side, which you have in the lower floor. You just, it is just splitting it that way. You have the structural wall already. You have the structural columns already. This is a very standard semi-detached apartment configuration that we have seen in this neighborhood time and time again.
If it's for what it's worth, I thought this was the natural way to renovate this into a residential.
Yeah.
No, the way that it was presented. Because the floors are it's much easier to separate the apartments with the existing floor structure that's there, to keep the existing perimeter walls, because amending them would be incredibly expensive, to fill in any floor space that wasn't otherwise. this, when I saw it, I thought this was the natural response, architecturally speaking, to be the most cost-effective way to create 2 units. I think that there may be truly some value difference in a sales comp for a condo that's a duplex with a cellar versus 2,000 square foot apartments, but I'm not sure how much of a difference, in my
Right.
opinion, in my opinion.
That too, also, I don't know how much of a difference that would be. But that is the exercise you need to walk us through to make sure that this place, this particular conversion of this building in any which way will fail to have a reasonable return. And therefore, the only option in your hand is this, what you're proposing.
Okay, so Chair, it's basically presenting, making the adjustments to the cost analysis and the feasibility study as was suggested previously, as well as presenting this one additional scenario for the for splitting up the building, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want you to get the base correct assignment done correctly for you to jump. I don't really, like I said, I do not see a problem with this proposal in terms of the neighborhood character.
Okay.
Specifically, if it is this particular business operation.
Sure.
Change in the business operation, it would require a complete new evaluation.
100%.
But you need to get us past the first part of the threshold.
Okay, we'll get you past.
Okay?
So for straighting the building, you're saying, I'm talking about the architect testimony here. You're saying that you excluded that because of cost considerations?
Yeah, I was trying to be
Not build any more walls.
correct. I was trying not, so Commissioner Shadid, if I were to do what you suggested, my thought process was I'd have to alter the structure of the steel in the front, create, put a post on each side like you had shown previously, and then I would be taking down the circular wall, building 2 new walls. Then I would have to patch the roof together. The roof's in great shape. I was trying to be efficient and not explode this into an unrealistic budget, if that makes any sense.
But if the cost for this, as it compares to the value added to the building, meaning that the square footage of the straighting portion outside that, you have the building, it's like a perfect rectangle and then like a semicircle.
I'm going to bring this to a
Let me just finish my thought. It might be helpful to him. So you have the perfect rectangle and then you have a semicircle, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you spend some money to straighten that building outside within that circular portion, this is amount of money, let's say X. Did you compare that X to the value that's going to be gained from that additional square footage that you can add to the floor plate for the 2 apartments?
No, I did not. I was just trying to go the more simple route than complicated. That was really my strategy.
And I think it's best that you respond to Commissioner Sheta's question
narrative.
in writing.
Put
Yes,
it in
please.
narrative.
And at this point, Chair, if it's
Yeah.
okay with you, I suggest that we move to the public.
We go, yeah. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I have a comment that I did raise during the review session, but actually it was from the last hearing.
What is?
I did ask them to address the finding D, the self-creation. I'm struggling passing through this.
I think we.
Okay, so I'd like you to the applicant team, please review the last.
Finding B or D?
D.
The self-created hardship. I'm sorry, this is
What?
D, yeah, right.
What
D is in dog.
Why would you have difficulty with
Because
D?
this situation, the entire situation here is created by the predecessor in title. So that if they are saying that the building is right now it's obsolete for an as of right use, this condition is not because of the zoning or because of something that's out of control. It's created by someone who's the previous owner who elected to build the building like that.
Right, but that's a legally permitted building that has been built.
It's not a
It's not a self-created
not a
hardship.
self-created hardship
It
pursuit.
was not a hardship before,
Okay,
when the
let's-
building was used as a house of worship. But now it is, it's part of the hardship, the shape of the building, it's part of the hardship.
I agree I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Sheta. I just want to, there is some case law on this particular topic about a building that was created under legal purposes by predecessors in title, which creates now a hardship situation. The applicant team, Mr. LaBelle, I'm sure
Sure.
that you're capable of responding to that in writing, as you have in the past, and you're quite a competent counsel, so I'm sure you can respond to Commissioner Stetter's requests.
I can, Vice Chair, and we do include some of that in the current materials, but I'll highlight that on the next submission.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Again, Chair.
Let's go to the public. Yeah.
Unison,
Unanimously.
unanimously, thank you. Jella? Thank you. Yeah. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-16 BZ 583 East 23rd Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160609-7758 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you are calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment on this application.
Mark Young?
Yeah.
He's on.
Oh, he is? Okay. Okay, Mr. Young?
Hello?
Mr.
Hello,
Young,
can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
I
you.
can hear you,
Great.
but very faintly, Mr. Young.
Oh, great.
Mr. Young, if you could move closer to your microphone, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. My name is Mark Young. I'm a resident. I live a block and a half away from the building, and I'm also president of the neighborhood association. I just wanted to make sure, fundamentally, this neighborhood is a residential neighborhood. Even the existing structure was never quite popular because its exterior look and use did not entirely mesh with the neighborhood as it exists today. So I know I speak for many people in the neighborhood. We're happy that the board is pressing the developer to at least do an analysis of why this building cannot be transformed into a residential use. So we really appreciate that. I will say there is concern about if approval is granted for that type of use, what parameters are in place for approval. So for example, you've spoken a lot about a 2-family residence, but there's concern, that this residential use could be much different in the end. So we hope the board pays attention to that. If in fact this does become a medical facility, I want to point out that even though the community board did approve either overwhelmingly or unanimously for this proposal to move forward, they did attach certain conditions, including related to that the medical use would be specifically the medical use that the developers have indicated to you. And also that there would be no exterior signage or lighting permitted, which was important to the community. And we also appreciate the board's interest in concern about traffic and where the best place for parking might be for the facility. And the last thing I'd say is, regardless of what happens, the neighborhood hopes that this issue can be resolved as soon as possible, because the last thing we want is another vacant building sitting in the middle of our neighborhood unoccupied. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Chair, just to respond in 30 seconds.
Sure.
We thank Mr. Young for his comments. We did get an overwhelming vote of the community board, 39-1. The conditions were that the building be operated in the way that is attested to in the materials. So we understand that the board would condition this operation, particularly on the type of facility, and that the the applicant not install illuminated signage, which it will not do. There may be an unilluminated sign as was included in the prior materials, but we are happy to abide by that condition. Thank you.
Okay.
How long is it gonna
Okay.
take you just to make a
Okay,
submission?
how long, yeah, how much time do you need to make the submission?
Yeah, I'm going to be partially reliant on Mr. Palante and Ms. Cohen. I believe the submission can be completed in 4 to 6 weeks. But I will, I see Barbara nodding her head along. I'd be happy to work with staff and provide a schedule in accordance with that.
Okay, all right. All right, let's do that. You please follow up with the project manager.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next item, item number 17, 2025-23 BZ 16161, Baisley Boulevard, Queens.
Hey, there should be on the online Dinah. She's the architect. And then David Noor, who probably doesn't need to speak, but he's the one.
Anyone else?
No, I don't
We
think
have
we had
David.
any traffic questions.
Yeah.
so.
Okay, done.
Hold on. Okay.
I also realized I should log into the hearing too and be logged in so I can share plans.
Jacob?
BSA at UEST.
What?
It's the password.
I'm on my hotspot, so that doesn't matter.
Okay.
My point is that I just realized that I should log in.
Zoom.
I should join the Zoom so I can share plans because I'm not. I didn't think of that until this.
Just
Thursday.
be sure to mute your computer.
Oh, yep. See, good points. Good points.
Do you need Josh Herman for this also?
I don't really think he needs, you didn't really have any traffic questions, so
No.
I don't think we need to. I
Okay.
appreciate him being here.
And so it's David and Diana.
Yeah, so we could swear in. Oh, and then Dinah, she does not have access to a camera. She wanted me to apologize on her behalf, but she can
Okay.
see everything and she can speak.
All right. You accept that council when I swear her in?
Has she accepted? Are you zoomed in?
No, but I am here, so I can at least do that part.
Okay. Mr. Noor, please unmute. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Ms. Claremont? All right, please state your name for the record and proceed, whoever is the lead.
Elise
Respond to the
Blair
board's
from
comment.
Eric Polanic PC. Dinah, are you able to speak? I didn't hear you. We're not hearing her, are we? We can also give her the telephone number, I guess.
What is the telephone number?
Telephone number is 1-669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will press, what is it? I never remember that. You put the webinar ID number in is 160-609-7758. Thank you, Jella.
Yeah.
And press the pound sign.
Dinah,
The next
please.
prompt, you'll have to press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted to press *9. To raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling on the phone. Okay,
She's raising her hand.
raising your hand, okay. You put the sign down, Joe. Thank you.
She's unmuted.
You're unmuted, so if it's not working, call in. Because I really do want her to speak.
Coming a day of technical glitches.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, but
Go ahead.
I guess I can start without her, but I first wanted to speak to Commissioner Ewan's comment. Later last week, the project manager reached out about that question. And we submitted the PD1 showing that the lots were combined, and also on DOB's website, it says the lots were combined. But I think you are correct about some of the maps only reflect, I guess finance hasn't updated it, so we can resubmit that too. But some of the maps only show lot 36 and not the combined on it, so we do need to update those maps. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, the site plan also needs to,
The site plan does include
the
both
site plan
lots.
includes it, okay.
Yeah,
It's
and-
analysis part, that does not, okay.
And what's confusing too is the site plan was done based off of a survey of both lots, and Zola and tax maps don't always match up the survey, which I feel like we run into this issue a lot. So the lot area is both lots, but it's based on the survey.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think we have the PD one in the file, but maybe that's just a delay.
It was at the end of last week when she reached out about it, so I can resubmit that, but.
Okay, yeah.
And I can probably do the RP 602 as well, so you can see it's finance and in
Okay,
topo.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
But they have been combined.
The reason I noted it is because the radius map shows the, just the internal square, the 36.
Yeah,
and it
that's
makes
not
it-
correct.
Yeah, it makes it seem like you don't have a residential neighbor, which
Yeah.
I don't think you're saying in any case, but
Yeah.
it's confusing when we're looking at 100 of these and it's
Yeah.
not showing the actual extents of the site.
And we do, the residential neighbor that we have is in that little back corner.
Yes,
Right.
exactly. right,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Okay,
Did-
thank you. for
Actually,
that.
I want to state one, I was wrong in saying, I also wanted to know what the fence treatment is along the non-residential lot line.
We have
That,
in
I
here,
don't think that was clear to me.
this is why I really
the
want
drawing.
Dinah to join. I don't know,
That wasn't clear from the plan.
because this is what's gonna be back there.
Along the, right, along the residential lot line.
Yeah.
Will that also continue along the rest of the lot line?
I don't.
That's the part that wasn't
Yeah.
clear from the site
I'm asking
plan.
her to speak.
Yeah.
She can't, she still can't speak, right?
Do you have a telephone number?
We can call her.
Can you call her?
And I'll ask her to unmute it, and maybe that makes it. Okay.
I can call out if you want me to call out.
No.
If you email me the.
Ella, Elise is doing it. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
So I have her number. What do you want me to do?
Call her.
Call her.
Okay, and just put her on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's up to you.
You can call from Zoom though, is what I mean, and add the
Yeah,
person.
but it's
into
not
Zoom.
working. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. All right.
I left my Jella.
She says she's called in 3 times. I didn't-
You
Really?
want to put her on speaker?
Is her phone number ending in 8831?
Wait, does your phone number end in?
You have her phone number.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is 8831.
Name, not her number. I'd have to, thank you. Okay, there you go. No problem.
No.
Okay.
Got her?
You unmute her, right?
I'm asking her to unmute.
Can you unmute?
Star.
Star 6.
There we go.
There we go.
Yes, okay.
Okay, I apologize all for the great inconvenience.
State your name for the record, and Tony can swear you back in.
Okay, I'm ready to swear back in.
Dinah, say your name.
Dinah Clamert.
Okay, let me affirm. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to
Yes.
questions?
Yes.
Okay. So back to the treatment of the fence. I wanted you to speak to that, where we're not in the residential portion.
Right. So we have been proposing an 8-foot-high acoustic wall fence along the rear property line as noted on the plan it's on Z002 sheet. And it goes
What
along
about-
the rear property.
They're asking
no-
about the parking lot portion of it. Are you continuing it on?
Is that wall going to be continued along the rest of the lot lines?
No, it's proposed only where the wall is meeting where our lot is meeting a residential, the R2A.
And what fence,
then
and what fence is being proposed in the parking area?
in the parking area, separating the drive-through and the parking,
No.
that is
No, that separating the adjacent lot and us.
there is not a fence proposed there because we were concerned if we did a fence with the snow plow coming through that we would not have place for the that, you know, was a little too congested there with the building next to us. But that, I believe as well, is not, I think that's the commercial district as well, to the east. I'm sorry, to the west, along the 108.78 lot
So
line.
here's the thing, Miss, I'm sorry, Clamart.
Yeah.
Especially along the drive-through portion of it, there has to be a fence. And the reason for that is to ensure that there wouldn't be any improper pedestrian movements that would be happening through the site, which may impact the drive-through activity and create a conflict between the vehicular and the pedestrian flow, and may cause delay to the vehicular flow. So there has to be a fence along the rest of the property line, even though it is abutting commercial use. This is to protect and ensure that there would not be a conflict between any pedestrian.
And before you
Yeah,
answer,
understood.
just before you
Yeah.
answer, I'd just like the chair to specify what type of fence you would want the applicant to consider.
Well, ideally, I would like you to continue a fence that is respective of the residential quality, but in this case, I understand that the use around it is looking at the zoning map.
Commercial.
It's a C13 commercial overlay, so it's a mix. So recognizing that you could have commercial use, I think a fan, it doesn't have to be an acoustical wall and does not have to be an opaque wall, but it can be a wall that is at least 6 foot high, a wall or a fence that is at least 6 foot high, that provides a physical barrier. And it should be, the acoustical wall would be too expensive, so I recognize that. So in this case, you probably don't need the acoustical wall, but it can be of a cheap, less expensive material, but that is respectful of the surrounding character that wraps around the rest of the lot line.
And that is at least 6 feet in length.
6 feet in height.
In height.
6 feet in height, okay.
So
All
that
right, my apologies, I wasn't following where you wanted this fence, but I see now why it makes sense. There's a drive-through lane there, and we have to delineate. Okay.
Right.
Next is, Dinah, I believe you put the planting bed, so tell me what page to go to.
Okay, if you go to Z002, the second page.
Yep.
There's a 5-foot planting depth along the 55. If you zoom into the top of the page, next to just keep going in where you see the 55 feet. 55 feet, just stand up a little bit.
That wasn't, sorry, here we go.
There, that's perfect. So the 5-foot landscape buffer is proposed along the west property line at the rear where it says 5-foot landscape buffer. And then there's a odd-shaped trapezoidal planting proposed behind the trash enclosure, the 8-foot high CMU trash enclosure in the parking area. And then it comes to an apex where it's like a little pinch point where we could still get a small planting in there. But that's what we're.
You don't just want to see the depth of the planting, you want to see how it goes down, correct?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Dinah, I now understand, I can send you a sample. They want to see how you'll be planting them.
Right. It's
Yeah.
the depth of the planting bed. Again, it's confusing. What is the depth of the vertical depth of the
Yeah.
planting bed, not the horizontal?
Yeah, the 3D, not
Oh,
the.
Vertical depth, we will give you that. Okay.
Right. And then I spoke with Dinah, and we can add a small opening like you suggested for emergency and maintenance only. We could put a little sign on the door that says emergency and maintenance only, if that is what you're looking for. That acts so people can access the trash.
Right.
In the fence that's
Yeah.
separates the two. And I think I was also saying the doors that go out towards the drive-through should also be for emergency and maintenance only. So that you don't have people
Yes,
in the doors going out the back crossing
Yeah.
the drive-through and hopping the fence.
Understood.
Yeah.
Those will be only for exit and emergency and maintenance only, and we will provide door signs.
Yeah.
No entry.
Do you want to speak on if there was about the plantings? She was concerned about the concrete.
Yeah, so the island behind the building that the drive-through circles about, we will propose landscaping in there, like maybe more following the contour somewhat of the oval shape, the rounded shape, and fill that with greenery, because the community board was looking for greenery as well, and this will help satisfy that requirement.
Great, yeah.
And then my next comment is thank you for pointing out reconciling the parking spaces. I missed it in a place. I'll correct that. And then with the community board, I guess I wanted to ensure them that the residential boundary will have landscaping and an acoustical fence, which is pretty solid. So there shouldn't be any, light spillage. I also have a lighting plan, but you hope that they can be ensured that with both a fence and landscaping, it will be very hard for lighting to impact any residents in the region.
And the acoustical wall height will be how much?
8, right?
8 feet. If you could go to page Z010 near the end there, Elise, we have a specification for it and the look as well. It's a black simulated stone fence, 8 feet high, and it's basically a buff tech by Certainteed. So it will block out all sound will be basically blocked and light, anything below 8 feet.
Okay.
And then is there any other community board concerns that, because you said some of it is not within the BSA's jurisdiction, so.
Well, as I mentioned, I think some are not, because like our purview is limited to just the accessory drive-through, and the hours of operation will only be limited to the drive-through. And any other use that is being proposed on the rest of the site has to be pursuant to the underlying zoning, and the signage likewise has to be consistent with the underlying zoning.
And I told them this at the community board and David came, but he's been in this neighborhood a very, very long time. He wants to stay in the neighborhood, so he does want to put uses that are compatible with the neighborhood.
Sure.
And this is replacing a Popeyes that's just like right next to it.
Well, you're replacing a Popeye, but you're also adding other.
Oh, true. I'm just saying that he
concerned
wants
about
to
the
be a
other
good
use.
neighbor.
Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Did they have a question about the fence between the parking and the drive-through?
Oh, I guess you want a similar right?
I would prefer all the fencing types to be similar, but I understand the acoustical wall is not something that you could carry, provided where it's absolutely needed, and the rest of the fence material make it consistent.
And not chain link, I think.
Yeah, and not chain link. Yeah.
But like a picket
Yeah.
fence. It doesn't have to be
Picket or
chain,
a-
it just
yeah.
has to be impassable.
Yeah.
Okay, there, understood.
Yeah. Should we go to the?
Anything else?
I think those were the comments from this morning.
Want to go to the public?
Ju-
Ella? Thank you, Ms. Comment. Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
the case we're currently discussing is 2025-23 BZ 16161 Baisley Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-609-7758 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss, sorry. How much time will you need,
How much
Miss?
time will you need?
Sorry?
I guess it depends how we're proceeding with this, but if we are closing, then I guess give us a few weeks.
No, I
Oh,
need
you
to
don't want,
see
okay.
the revised set of plans.
Okay, then I think they probably wanna, cause I guess to build it, so, Dinah, how much time do you think, like 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Not
We don't need more than 2.5.
2.5.
5,
I'll say
if 2.5, we can't make the March 9th hearing, we cannot because
Okay.
19th is a submission date for March 9th. The next hearing would be March 23rd, 24th. And the hearing, submission date for that. is
I cannot make it.
She's gonna,
And I don't think Eric can either.
Eric's, yeah. Eric, you're away, right, or something?
Yeah.
Eric's away.
So. Okay,
That's why
I would say, all right. Just because of Miss Folladair, I'm going to make an exception here. I will let it be scheduled for March 10th. Or March 9th, if that's what Miss Folladair wishes. With a submission due date of February 25th, no later than that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Does that work for you, Dinah?
Yes, very good. Thank you very much, Chair.
And please let us know, do you want it to be March 9th or 10th?
As long as I'm physically here, yes.
You can let us know. We'll be flexible. We'll make
Okay.
sure we can move it around for you.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
So this is
Next case.
continued, right? New cases, item number 18, 2025-08 BZ, 18417 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. Who's participating?
And then you could, everybody stand at the same time.
Raise your right hands. Okay,
Yeah.
There are people online.
wait a minute.
Yeah. We need
Wait a
to
minute,
add people in.
We got.
Barbara?
Matt
Rich?
Carroll, Barbara, Chris Tartaglia from High Point Engineering. There may be Joseph Macchia and
Joseph
Brian
Macchia.
Newman.
There's Larry O'Brien, is that one?
Yes, that's High Point, yes.
And Larry O'Brien. And Andy?
Wait.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Well,
Larry O'Brien's gonna be responsible.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I mean, you can add him, he's a great guy.
it's from the same company, it's the same firm.
Joseph is coming in.
You should see a Chris Tartaglia also. Good.
If you could just stop the share for a moment.
Yeah, because I have to
Yeah.
make sure everybody, yeah.
Need to see everyone.
Could everybody unmute and video, please?
Jacob's not speaking.
No,
Okay. Oh.
Jacob's there.
but he's here.
What is that? Oh, the garbage.
Um,
Joseph Macchia,
Yes, he's with us.
could you unmute, please, and video?
Yes, I'm trying. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
One more. One day more. I'm sorry. The sugar rush is getting me.
So.
Is
Barbara
Brian
Clement,
giving
Carol,
testimony?
Joseph,
Or he just quit Zoom.
Is he coming and giving testimony, Brian?
Yes, Brian Newman is there trouble? You want to call him?
Oy.
Brian.
Brian, come in. We're nice people. I'm doing this.
Newman saying it crashed. What does that mean?
Oh, his Zoom crashed? What
He's
happened?
restarting it.
Except he declined. All right, we're gonna start with that.
Okay, let's just swear everybody in who's here.
He's kind of important, but he'll be on in a few minutes.
Oh,
He'll find his way. At least
Should
he
I
can
should
text
I
me too.
swear everybody in right now and then come in? Okay, everybody raise your right hands.
If you see.
Everybody who's on the Zoom in the team, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
Okay. Mr. Plotnick, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. You have quite a day, a very long day. I don't envy you. My name is Eric Palatnik, and I'm representing the Macchia Group, who are the owners of the property that we're here for today. I don't know if Jacob is controlling the screen, but if you could pull up the visual of the screen, if you could just pull up a Google image of this, like we spoke about, that would be great. You go to the next page.
You've got Brian Newman now, so just.
Oh, that's great. How we doing? There we go. Okay, so the site is up on the screen. You could see it, and we attended your review session. We were here in person and heard your comments. And we have some apologizing to do in the sense that I think some of the information I think that Commissioner Sheta spoke about and a couple of the commissioners spoke about was not clearly laid out or as clearly laid out in our paperwork as it could have been. And you had some very good questions. You had questions about the environmental, you had questions about the uniqueness of the property and about the current condition of the property and why it can't be utilized in its current condition as an automotive service station, and a litany of other questions that you had. So we have a whole host of people here today to speak to you, to clarify all the questions that you asked. And with us here today is Mohammed Ahmed, and he's with Tennant Environmental. He's going to be speaking to the detailed environmental questions that the board had. This is a very unique property from the environmental component of it. The condition the leak that's been on the property has been on it for very many decades. I've tried at length to try to get a hold of the leak and get a handle on it. And he's going to speak to the decades of work that's been done with DEC under a consent order. And the site does not qualify for the Brownfields program. So he's going to go through all of that. He's also going to go through the differentiation in the costs of the cleanup on various scenarios, like was asked by the board. Some are a little over $1 million, some are $1.4 million, one is $1.5 million. The costs that we provided to the board are a bit outdated at this point. They're all over a year old. So the costs for the cleanup are somewhat conservative already, just from the perspective of being a year old. And obviously, we're all dealing with affordability on every single level, and everything goes up every single week. And this is no different. Where I wanted to start the conversation is with Chris Tartaglia, who's on the phone with us right now. And I wanted to talk about why the site doesn't work right now for its existing use, because that was the main thing, the first thing to bring up. And Ian, if you could bring up the page also that shows the traffic circulation that I had spoken about with the arrows and all that jazz that we have going on. When you look at this site, you'll see in front of on the screen, it's in front of the letter E of Expressway. You're heading westbound on the Long Island Expressway here. And there you go. The arrow actually shows where the exit is. The arrows are pointing west. Now, I grew up in Long Island, and I've used every single trick I can to get into Manhattan faster than I can with traffic. And so is actually Mr. Macchia is on the phone, so is Brian Newman is on the phone, so is Ian Rasmussen is on the phone. I don't think any board members are from Long Island. Why is that important? Because the arrow, what it's showing you is this location is in a crummy location for an automotive service station from the Long Island Expressway perspective. It was a perfect gas station in the 70s and the 60s and the 80s and the 90s when local gas stations were good. Well, not good, but necessary. People went to them. They had the local mechanic. They had a couple of bays. You got your oil changed. You got your gas from your local person. And everybody went to their local gas station. There wasn't such a thing as a convenience store, or Starbucks, or anything like that people would go to gas stations for, or 7-Elevens. Well, you asked the question, Palatnik, you're in here all the time saying you want to get a convenience store. We actually gave you a convenience store 8 years ago. We never built it because we couldn't find anybody that wanted to take us. It's in a crummy location because cars don't go past here. I've never driven past this location in my entire life on the service road of the Long Island Expressway, and I have tried to beat traffic on the LIE my entire life. The reason for that is the exit pattern that you're looking at with the arrows going right at the word site is where the exit is. By the time you get off the Long Island Expressway, past the site. If you need gas, you're not getting off here. If you want to stop for a soda or coffee or anything, you're not getting off to go to this station. You're going to the station if you live in the neighborhood and you have a car and you need service and you need gas. That's when you're going to the station. If you really want gas, you're going to the mobile right there. That's where you're going. It's a big site. It's rectangular. Hasn't been improved yet. It's one of the C stores. Or you're going to Sings gas station that the board acted on over there. It's got a Burger King on it. That's at the right at the exit when you're heading eastbound, right at the exit. It's a tough location. To add more to the difficulty of the site from a perspective of getting commercial activity, even if you can go to commercial use image that you have, the red and orange one that I didn't like the colors on. This side of the expressway, that's not it. None of that's it. No, it's the red.
Give Jacob a chance.
There you go. Okay, they could use better colors here. Okay, they should use something much more contrast. The light orange that you're seeing on this side of the screen is showing you, and I wish we had a Google image of it. This is basically a shopping center, this entire strip of the LIE. You probably noticed it when you're driving out east in Long Island. I don't know if anybody's ever gone to Montauk or the Hamptons or anything. When you get over there, you could stop off, you can get your nails done, you can get your hair done, you can get some sushi, you can get some Indian food, you can get a beer, you can get, not drive, you can get a drink, you can get anything you want on this side of the Long Island Expressway. Everything, it's literally like a shopping center. Our side is dormant, it's quiet. It's got 2 hotels on it. It's got a few community facilities. And as you noted, it's got some houses and it's got the gas station. It's not where you're going if you're cruising on the LIE and the kids are in the back saying, I'm hungry, or somebody's saying they're hungry and they want to pop off. So to answer your question, why is this not a convenience store? Why didn't we take advantage of it? The first reason is there are no takers. And Chris Tartaglia is going to speak to that. I'm going to shut up in 1 second and let him speak, because the other thing he's going to speak about, which I want to set up for, is the shape of the property. It's crummy. It doesn't lay itself out well for a convenience store. It doesn't have good circulation. It doesn't have good parking. It barely has any room on it. So if you introduce the convenience store with the pumps, although you might be able to make a credible argument like somebody did in the past, maybe it was even me, that this is a convenience store, nobody's taken us up on it. And Mr. Tartaglia, can you just speak for a couple of minutes and maybe you can even share the screen with the plan you created?
Sure. I'm just sending a request to share my screen if that's possible from the moderator.
Accept sharing.
Let's see. Which screen am I sharing? Hold on, let me stop and try that again. I'm going to try that one more time. Give me screen 1. Okay, hopefully, are you seeing?
Seeing a site, Chris.
You see the street view of the site, or do you see the plan that I prepared?
I see the plan, Chris.
You don't?
I do.
You see the convenience store plan.
Okay, so you got the plan. Sorry, just a little bit confusing on my screen. Okay, so again, for the chair and members of the board, it's great to see you all again. It's been a little while since I've attended one of these meetings, so I appreciate your hearing me today. I attended the earlier session.
Chris, can you just explain, just before we do your credentials, what you do for a living, how you design any gas stations or automotive service stations, how many you design, what your experience is?
Yeah. So just getting to that, I was brought onto the team for an analysis of this particular site in terms of the design and layout and location. Just by way of background, I've spent roughly the last 34 years since I graduated college working in the petroleum industry, either directly for a major oil company for the first 10 years of my career, and then the last 24 in private consulting, with our primary focus on design, permitting, and construction of gasoline stations, primarily in the New York City and Long Island area. We've done, I don't know, dozens, if not hundreds of applications before this board in the last 20 plus years, as well as, again, all throughout Long Island, the boroughs in northern New Jersey. So my role in this particular project was to analyze the existing property for its feasibility and use and layout as a gasoline station. In the earlier review session, I was reminded that there was an application, I believe 2017, filed by another architect, where this board did approve the conversion of the existing 1,400 square foot building to a convenience store, elimination of the repair bays, and I believe also the installation of a single-sided pumping dispenser along the front walkway of the building. That I wasn't involved in that application, so I can't speak to exactly how the architect laid out that property, but given this property's about 6,400 square feet in total, I presume it looked an awful lot like what I have on my screen here. And what I did was, and the board should have this exhibit in their packet, was I just prepared a very simple layout showing the existing pump islands as they exist under the canopy, the existing building being converted to a convenience store, which should mirror that which was approved by the board. And what I did was locate parking stalls on the property as they would need to be laid out for a customer to come in and use the facility for the convenience store. And what I did in the clouded areas in red text was note the substantial conflicts and, in fact, dangerous conditions that are proposed by such an arrangement. Starting with the parking in front of the store here to the left side or the west side of the pump islands, we'd have to install at least one ADA compatible parking stall for a handicapped patron. And the vehicle would clearly, as it exited the pump islands, conflict with those parking stalls there. In similar fashion, if there were any parking stalls created along the east side of the building, which if you note from an aerial view and street views, this is where cars are also parked. There would be a significant conflict with access in and out of these stalls, both with vehicles at the pump islands and also with the fueling tanker. So the way the existing site functions, I presume, in terms of getting fuel delivered to the site is probably not a pretty picture in terms of how that tanker accesses the property, accesses the tanks, which are located to the east side of the pump islands. So I believe that, and I've done quite a bit of work for Mr. Macchio over the last 20 years. We didn't, again, do this application before the board previously, but having done a lot of work with him throughout his stations in New York City and Long Island, the one underlying theme is that I've never worked on any sites that were anywhere near this small and poorly laid out for him. Everything that Mr. Macchio and his team has done, their investments have been in much larger properties. As Eric Palatnik mentioned in his introduction, the trends in the industry are to provide both a fueling and a convenience store offering. The days of the service bays at the local facility, the local mechanic, have gone significantly away in favor of people maintaining their vehicles at dealerships. Most vehicles are leased nowadays, and even if they're not, the technology is so drastically difficult that the vehicles really must go back to dealers for maintenance because the technicians are just not qualified at the local stations.
Mr. Chair has a question for you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Tartaglia. Currently, can you tell me how does the refueling truck enter the site?
Haven't viewed it myself, Madam Chair, but I believe it enters how it's shown here on my plan, which would be through the easterly curb cut and then heads and parks with its nose facing north to the very east side of the building. And then I presume it would back out onto Horace Harding Expressway to exit.
Here, can the
Joseph Macchio is on the phone. Joseph, keep going.
Because I was of the understanding when we were reviewing this case, the entrance is from 189th Street and it then parks parallel to Horace Harding and then it exits to this way. It enters from 189 and is parallel and then exits to Horace.
Joseph, are you familiar with how the trucks come in? Joseph, you have to unmute yourself.
Joe, you're muted.
There should be a button that says mute.
Good?
Now we can hear you, yep.
Okay, sorry about that. To be honest with you, I haven't been on this site in many, many years since they got a delivery, and I don't recall how it goes, how the delivery truck enters and exits.
That's fair enough. But while you're talking, though, Joseph, can you just give the board how your tenant is doing there, your dealer? We gave a letter to them showing that on a month and they're struggling. Maybe they could hear from you because it doesn't know what Chris alluded to is Joseph and his family are in this business. They own automotive service stations. So they bought this decades ago and been operating it as such. They never had an intention to create residential here. It's been, Joseph, maybe you could tell them how it's been doing a few years and what your experience has been so they can understand why this is not a viable use for this.
Sure. The station's been doing poor. We bought it in 2001. It's been doing poorly probably since 2014 to 2015. That's why we approached the board to try to put a convenience store in there and add a dispenser, which was only really adding one more fueling position because it was a half-sided dispenser. And after we got the approval and we priced out what it would cost to build the site and presented it to, we have 80 stations, presented it to other operators that we have. We could not get anybody interested in the place. That's why we didn't build it. And we've kind of got a guy in there to babysit it for us now, and he's operating. And every month he tells me he wants to give the keys back, and I just say, hold on. And I truly see this in the next couple of months, us getting the keys back and putting a fence around this place, because and we're getting like a $3,000 rent on this place.
You mentioned everything. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank
So I don't know if there are any further questions for Chris Tartaglia about the existing conditions. If not, we could jump into the environmental.
Yeah, I think that's the.
Okay, and before we go into the environmental, I wanted to just acknowledge Commissioner Ollie Brown's comment. We will be using the delete function on our keyboard to delete portions of our statement. We heard both what the chair said and what you said, and we will be eliminating where delete is relevant. We will be deleting like crazy. And we also heard the chair's statements about the uniqueness with the locational issues, removing that. We'll be removing that. But we will be focusing on the environmental. And Ahmed, if you'd like to come up and speak. Mohammed, I keep calling you your last name. I'm sorry. Between you and Joseph, or I keep calling George, I'm feeling like my grandfather and grandmother every day.
Hello, everyone. Just going to give some history about the site, which you already know about it. The site, there is a spill number was reported to the site in 1997 as a result of a failure of test for the tank testing, the tightening testing for the tanks, which is around 550 gallons of gasoline tanks. As a result, we reported the spill to the New York State DEC. They did some limited investigation around the tanks, and they found a contamination going down to 25 feet to 23 feet. They did some monitoring wells around the tanks in order to assess the groundwater condition, and found free product of gasoline in these tanks. Therefore, they came up with a kind of remediation in the 90s, which is what was very common in the 90s, which is soil vapor extraction system and sponging. And I will answer the question from Dr. Sheta about this sponging and soil vapor. At that time of the late 90s, the only technology which is effective, especially for a site still in operation, was the soil vapor extraction and sponging system, which is never really addressed the removal of the source material, which is contribute more free product into the monitoring wells. They operated this system, started in 19.
I'm sorry. So you're saying that this system does not eliminate the contaminants?
That's correct. The soil vapor extraction system and sponging system are designed to deal with soil when the contamination, especially the volatiles, observed in the soil, and dissolved in the groundwater. But it doesn't really deal with treating the contamination if you have a foot or a few inches of free product floating in the groundwater. You have to deal first to removing
You
the
build
source.
them, right?
What's that?
If you have free product in.
Yeah, free product.
You just bail them out.
You have to bail, but bailing is going to take a long time in order to recover this amount of contamination. When you have a foot in the monitoring well, if you do the calculation, you find a lot of gallons down in the ground. So you have to get what you call it. You install extraction wells in order to recover the free product first. You have to deal with the source in the soil, because the soil is going to keep feeding the groundwater which is there. Therefore, they put it in 1999. The last report in 2023, they still have free product in the well. That means the source materials is still there and a lot of contamination in the soil and a lot of LNABL, which is a free product, is still in the groundwater.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
How many spills you got on this side since whatever?
Well, the spill was in 97.
Okay.
And there's another one was in 197. And one is in 99. That's what they see.
At least it's not one.
No, it's
More
not,
than
it's
one.
not one. They never really addressed the cleanup of the contamination from the first spill. They only did the spudging and soil vapor because that was acceptable to the state to approve at that time because the site was already in operation. In order to remove the source, they have to shut down the gas station.
Okay.
They have to dig down to the groundwater, take 2 feet of the smear zone below the water table, extract any free product will be accumulated in the open pit, then start to deal with the groundwater treatment.
Do you have any of the spills closed?
No, this spill is not closed.
No. We agreed that you have more than one spill, right?
I would say that it could be they combine the two spills together, but I see only here on my paper is one spill, which is 97. But they never really, Matt, do you have,
Yes.
when you record any second spill was on the
Yes,
record?
if I could clarify, that is correct. There are 2 spills at the site.
Mhm.
If you look at the spill record that is included in the DEC foil, it's not that the first spill was closed, is that they consolidated the cases under the second. Basically, it was someone who was doing some additional investigation. They called in a spill to the state, and just for record keeping purposes, they closed the first one and consolidated that, and that's in the DEC spill form.
Was it closed?
Combined both of them.
Or merged it to the second one?
It was merged, and that's what it's which is specifically in the DEC spill record for the second spill.
Okay, go ahead.
Matt, can you introduce yourself to the board, please?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am Mohammed's partner. My name is Matthew Carroll. I'm a professional engineer and a principal at Tennant Environmental.
Thank you.
So to answer your question, Dr. Shida, is the effectiveness of the soil vapor and the spudging, it's not really working for this type of contamination, which is, it sounds to us, it has a lot of free product still there and need to be recovered.
Can I put something on the screen, or if you have it, you can probably put it?
You can.
I'm
Go
talking
ahead.
about one of the reports
Go ahead.
that you submitted to us. It's the last monitoring report that's, let me go all the way back. It's addressed to Mr. Jonathan Collini, Collini of DEC, and it's dated June 30th, 2023. And it's prepared by Ringer Environmental. In this report, if you look at page 8 of the PDF, this is in the attachment, I believe, right after the 2 or 3 figures, where it says figures. Yes, these tables. If you look at the tables, each table represents one of the monitoring ones, according to what is shown here. And the history of the readings for the VOCs, it's from the bottom to the top. The oldest is at the bottom, and when you go up top, this is the most recent. When I look at the 2 tables at the bottom, you can see that the contaminant's still there, but if you look at the numbers, they go down significantly. Like, we're talking about, let's talk about the table above. That one. If you look at the VOCs, we're talking about 3,000s, 2008, 91, but when you go up to June 2023, it's 3.7. It's nothing. It's 11, so it sounds like the system is working.
The explanation for that is very simple. When you have contamination.
So I'm not sure about your statement about that. This
Yes,
system.
I'll explain to you why it's is decreasing. When you have contamination, the soil give release the contamination to the groundwater.
Okay.
Groundwater moves.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, when it releases, it doesn't release it in one shot. It goes slowly. And then groundwater moves. By the time the time to sample to collect the groundwater sample, it gets the highest when the contamination reaches to this groundwater, and then waiting for another wave of the contamination to be released from the soil, then reach to the monitoring well. If you are lucky, you will hit the sampling before reaching to the groundwater to that monitoring well. That's the way how groundwater moves. It doesn't really remove like a canal.
I
It just
totally
moves
understand
slowly.
how groundwater moves, and
I'm not
believe it or not, like the big area of expertise for me before coming to this country was groundwater.
I do the same
and
thing.
groundwater design. I'm talking about the effectiveness of that system here. According to the numbers, it shows that this system is working. According to the correspondences from DEC, it says that they bought this system and it is effective and it is working. According to the latest memo submitted to them, the latest monitoring report, this guy, it sounds like the contamination is contained at just 2 wells, based on the tables, based on the figures. So it sounds like that if you look at the big picture, the entire site, the contaminant is just at this narrow spot. It's not the entire site. I've never seen a report in the submission that we got talking about any different area on site. All the other wells were not in the picture. Now, what I'm getting is, forget about this. This system is bad. It's not effective. And now we need to clean up this site. How? Dig down to 25 feet.
That's correct.
I'm not going to buy that based on what I got.
Dr. Sheta, as long as the source is still intact, there is no way to reach to the to meet the groundwater protection criteria. As long as the source is still there.
You should have fixed the source. When you talk about the source, you're talking about the tanks, right?
No, I'm not talking about the tanks now. I'm talking about the soil itself, because the soil itself, it has like a kind of storage of whatever came from the tanks and sitting in the soil. They don't release in one shot, they go slowly. With time, they start to release the free product. And I just want to be also clear, soil vapor and sponging, they are addressing vapor, not they addressing the liquid phase.
Yes.
Liquid phase, it has to be removed. Whatever has to be removed in order to stop the generating of the vapor to the soil.
Or to be treated in place without need to dig down to 25 feet and move that.
How are you going to treat it in place at 25 feet? Because the most of the contamination.
Injection?
What's that?
Injection?
Injection of what? The only type of chemicals which can work, it has to be injected in the groundwater. You can do the injection with the groundwater, but with the soil, either by the soil vapor extraction or excavation of the source material. But this is therefore, there is no such injection you do it for the soil. It has to be for the groundwater. You can solidify the soil. You can mix it with concrete. You can mix it with lime or any kind of other source. But not at 25 feet. You can do it when it's shallow. But when it's deep, you need to take the source out. You need to take the free product
makes
out.
sense. That's against common sense.
What?
When it's deep, it's much better and more cost effective to treat it in place by either containing it or injecting with chemical agents that makes that contaminant dissolve or the concentration goes down.
The only
when it's shallow, it makes sense instead of injection and this and this and that. If it's 7, 8, 10 feet deep, just dig it down, take it out, we're done.
But you're never gonna reach the groundwater protection limit. You're not gonna meet the regulatory requirement. In order for you to do that, you need to remove the source, you need to get the groundwater level or the contamination in the groundwater to meet this standard. Otherwise, this spill is gonna stay forever open. And you're never really gonna control the contamination coming from the soil to the groundwater. And in order to just explain about the groundwater, in order to do the injection, you have the oxygen release compound, which you can inject it into the groundwater when the groundwater has no free product. Because as soon as you inject the ORC into the groundwater and you have free product, it will burn it right away. You're gonna consume it right away. So you're not gonna have really more free ORC into the ground. It's gonna be burned. So you need to keep injection and doing injection and injection and injection.
Can we keep this simple? I don't want to like make my colleagues bored by like
No,
going
I
into
think
a technical
that's-
discussion like this.
Yeah,
Serious. It's a technical discussion like this could continue for hours. I don't want to do that. You're telling me now that DEC blew that app. And I have correspondence from DEC looking at it right now.
Correct.
Multiple ones saying that the app is approved, the app is approved, the app is approved, like several times. So every time it was submitted to them, an app was submitted to them, their feedback was okay, we're buying that, approved, go do it. Including the latest monitoring report, the quarterly monitoring report that was submitted to them. They said, okay, we'll take that, go refurbish the system, resume operation and continue the decontamination and the cleanup. You're telling us on the record now that all what DEC bought is not actually contributing and is not effective to the cleanup of the site.
Mohammed, may I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Yep. So what we're saying is that DEC has approved several remedial plans because the remediation is not effective. And so as early as 1997, there was a plan. And you can see now 30 years later, they had a work plan approved in 2006, 2017, 2023. And so what we're saying is that, and part of that is changing to say, hey, we're still getting free product in these wells 30 years later. There is something at the site, but the overlay I think that's missing is that DC will not say, hey, you have to go demolish this building and take this source material out. So absent that, their only options are free product recovery, air sparging, and soil vapor extraction. I put on the screen just to, you had mentioned earlier about, we're only seeing it in 2 wells, but this is the treatment area that DEC approved. They recognize that underneath the tank and up near this.
What year was that? I'm sorry. What year was that?
This is in the 2017 wrap.
Okay, where is the 2023 one? Can you show it to us?
Yeah, sure. Give me one moment, please. So in 2023, they are.
While he's pulling that up, can I ask a simple question as a non-expert? Is it true that the only way to develop this site in any use other than its existing use as a gas station is going to be supportive excavation and removing 25 feet of soil and replacing it with clean
Not
fill?
25 feet of soil. It's bottom of the tank's around 8 feet.
Okay.
You're gonna take from 8 because the tank will spill from the top, from the bottom.
Wait, let me rephrase the question.
Go ahead.
Is what you've presented in these scenarios the minimum amount of remediation that you would have to do in any type of development on this site other than keeping it as a gas station?
Just take the source material and clean up the site.
Is it the minimal amount of remediation needed
to
do any development on this
Any
site?
development. And
So you cannot contain it with a slab on grade, foundation with a containment below.
You can contain it from the top. What you're gonna do with the groundwater, when you have free product, a foot of groundwater, a foot of free product in the groundwater.
I'm not asking based on any personal environmental belief. I'm just asking what regulations, what can you do? What do you have to do as a minimum to develop this site, any of the proposed uses?
This was a great earlier,
Please?
a great earlier comment from the board is.
Can you show us I'm sorry, can you show us the plan?
It's yes or no, man.
2020?
Did is it not? Did I?
I'm sorry, everyone, please,
One moment.
one person speak at a time.
I'm sorry, I cut in while I was taking some time. I just
Please
wanted to
speak one at a
understand.
time. First, let Mr. Carroll,
Yes.
Matthew Carroll, answer Commissioner Shetta's question. And then, Mr. Carroll, please go ahead and answer Commissioner Yoon's question.
Great. I'm now sharing the
Commissioner, do
2023.
not ask any questions to Mr. Carroll after he has answered your question so that he can answer Commissioner Yoon's question. Okay, go ahead,
And
Mr. Carroll.
this is the supplemental 2023 report, and this is to Mohammed's point earlier that, technology's changed. They have now said in 2023, we are not getting the source of free product removed from this site. And that's why, in coordination with DEC, they said that they needed supplemental monitoring wells and to continue the vacuum extraction to remove the LNAPL. So the site conceptual model here is that there is remaining contamination in this, at the site, and is being picked up at the monitoring wells that are down here. To Dr. Mehta's point.
Like the word remaining, actually.
Sure.
Contaminate. Yes.
So the contamination is here, and as we showed on the previous figure, the groundwater flow is generally towards the northeast, which would be towards 185th Street. So that's why we said earlier, this is the area, MW2, MW11, that those are very, very high dissolved concentrations, just to put that out there. We agree that on the edge of 1 and 3, these are either dry or, there's some effectiveness to the air sparging in the soil vapor. But whatever is up in this, below the tanks, has gone down, is still releasing a tremendous amount of contamination into these down gradient wells. But you had asked me to put it up, so
I'm sorry, I thought you finished. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
I thought you're done.
Yes, and I just want to say, you had asked me to put up this report, so if there's anything further.
Now to say that the contamination is now the focus on 2023 and 2023 is on that area around the active monitoring wells. Is that a fair characterization?
I don't believe so, because we were saying that the air sparge and soil vapor extraction, which we showed in the previous report, is much more extensive. We were saying that the source material is being, the monitoring well locations are not the treatment area locations. So we're saying you're seeing it in 2 and 11 at the highest concentrations, but that it represents a much larger area of contamination, which we know they took the tanks out originally and that it was not a full cleanup where they removed the tanks.
So if I'm looking at the 20s, I'm sorry, I'm breaking my rule. But Mr. Carroll, please answer Commissioner Yoon's question, and then I'll follow up with my question.
That's a yes or no question. Would you like?
Yeah, would you like, please, could you repeat your question again to him?
Commissioner Yoon, can you repeat your question?
Or
I recall it. I'm sorry.
It's Eric Brown. I think what the commissioner was asking was just to understand a very basic level does this site actually need to be remediated and dug out of it to remediate it, or is there another way to remediate the property that's less impactful, less costly, and less extreme? I think that's what she's.
No, that's not.
The question was whether a lesser degree of remediation would be required for any other proposed use.
That's right. And so the answer to that is, as currently implemented by DEC, they have use-based cleanup objectives, but they also have a cleanup objective called the protection of groundwater soil cleanup objectives. And so in the scenario where you have residential or commercial, industrial, it does not matter, because the petroleum contamination here is impacting the groundwater above the appropriate, which are called the Class GA water standards. So because these contaminants are detected in groundwater, the use-based cleanup objectives do not apply. You need to use the lower protection of groundwater SCOs. So we implement this all the time. So for volatiles and semi-volatiles sometimes, but always for petroleum, for chlorinated solvents, other easily dissolved VOCs, you're not using your use-based SCOs if there's contamination in groundwater. And so it's the Part 375 groundwater SCOs are the requirement. And that's why you see that our remediation estimates are close. You know, they're more dependent on what the final capping is going to be and what the area of the buildings would be as opposed to what the remediation is, because you need to take out the source material. So if you went to DEC and said, I want to build this building, they would say you have to remove all petroleum VOCs to below the protection of groundwater in order to build this building, regardless of what the use would be, because of the Part 375 protection of groundwater SCOs.
So the answer is yes.
That's correct. Yep. The only differences you'll really see is what the engineering controls are at the surface.
Okay, thank you. Thank
So
you.
digging down to 25 feet is the minimum way to clean up this site.
I think this is what Mr. Ahmed was explaining. I
Mr.
don't-
Ahmed indicated
because I
that it's
wanted a
not.
simple.
Yeah, he said it's not 25 feet. I don't know.
It's groundwater at 22 to 23 feet, and you have to take 2 feet of the smear zone in order to get everything out of the.
Which is 25.
25.
Yeah, I think the clarification he was making earlier is that we did not incorporate into our estimates that the contamination, that the soil up to 8 feet is contaminated, because that would be above the tank inverts. So our expectation, so as far as our cost estimating, while it is 25 feet depth, I don't believe that we're using the interval of to 25 feet because we recognize the tanks were set at a lower elevation than surface grade.
And that area that need to be dug down is 6,000, almost 6,000 square feet, right?
Yep. So we estimated that based on what limit investigation is there and also what the treatment zone was that DEC defined.
And also it's based on the
What's defined with DEC.
development scenario as well.
Why?
Because the different, the 4 different scenarios based on the basements, how deep we're gonna go in the basement, and also there's some other area, if the contamination
So
away from the tanks.
I have a
That's the question that Commissioner Yoon just asked. If remediation, the degree of remediation is being dictated by the proposal and not the site itself.
That's not.
That wasn't
really-
exactly the.
that's not
Yeah.
exactly right. It's
But-
really depend on when you open the ground, you will keep excavating the soil and tracing the contamination, the groundwater contamination. It could be the area only of the tanks. It could be extended under the building. It could be beyond the whatever the basement is going to be.
Okay, my question is, you mentioned it depends on how deep the building is going, but if you're not going to provide a basement,
It's still, you're obligated to take at least the gross contaminated soil and the groundwater, you have to clean it. Based on about 375, you have to take it all the way down to 25 feet in order to.
And you cannot cap it, you cannot put a cap and cap it?
DEC, they really don't go with this type of capping if you're going to go for residential or commercial, whatever kind.
Why, I've seen tons of buildings with
Whatever building you're gonna have.
residential buildings with capping.
And leaving the contamination.
Yeah, leave the contamination.
Sorry, could whoever
That's the fight.
into the mic, we can't hear you on the recording.
Could you move the, who, which one? Nasser or Mr.
Or is it
Ahmed?
you?
So I could hear Commissioner Shatters just.
Mr. Ahmed, stay by the mic, please.
Mr. Ahmed, please, yes, speak into the mic.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You're saying capping is not.
Capping is not gonna be acceptable by the DEC in order for you to put any kind of development on the top of.
And can you submit this to the DEC and get us feedback?
I could just provide a point of clarity right now, Dr. Shetta and the rest of the board. The regulations cited by Mr. Carroll from the Department of Environmental Conservation, if you look at that part of regulations discussed and you look at specifically section 375-1.8 for remedial programs, it states that the goals of each remedial program, as set forth in other sections to achieve those goals are set forth in this section. If you look at subpart C of this section, it says source removal and control measures. It specifies the following hierarchy of source removal and control measures. And it says rank from most preferable to least preferable. Number 1, and I'm just going to say this one, subsection number 1. Number 1 most preferable is removal and or treatment. All sources concentrated lists a bunch of types of sources. Shall be removed and or treated. Provided, however, if the removal and or treatment of all such contamination is not feasible, such contamination shall be removed or treated to the greatest extent feasible. I think what's being discussed here is talking about removal. That is the number one goal, set forth in DEC's regulations. Only if it is not possible to remove all of it are the other methods looked at. That's just what it says right here in the law from DEC. Anything else can be briefed later.
Okay, Mr.
Regulation
Carroll
is
has
very
his hand
clear.
up.
Yep, thanks. And just to, I appreciate that context. And so that is also informs why the remedial plans have been approved by DEC to date, because it's not feasible to say, take your gas station building tanks, everything down and go do this. You're going to use other remedial technologies to the extent practicable. In a development scenario, DEC would say, I'm sorry, you have obvious source material left at the site and you need to remediate it in order to close the spill out. So I think that informs how we got to this point, and that it's 30 years later and the spill's still not closed and there's, free product in the wells.
Question. If you were to just repurpose that building as a retail store without gas and you're keeping the footprint of the building, do you then have to do all of that deep degree of remediation? Because you're not disturbing anything. You're just literally purposely reusing the building.
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. And that would be something where you'd have to describe the change to DEC, because their approval of this RAP is based on the existing use. I don't have a set answer on that. DEC would most likely say, we're not going to make you demolish a building, but you are going to take these tanks out. You would take the tanks out in that scenario and you would have to clean up to the same standards, so maybe not underneath the building. And then your building most likely would have to fitted with a depressurization system. So there would be some amount of capping allowed because they wouldn't make you demolish the building. But when the tanks are coming out, you definitely would have this same deep excavation, because they wouldn't allow you have to do a closure of the tank system to implement what you're describing.
All right, what I'm going to ask that both of you, I'm assuming Mr. Carroll and you work together?
Yes, we are partners.
Okay, so please put together these questions. What were the questions and the answers, and what is the DEP requirement very, very clearly? Walk us through this requirements, what can apply on this site as of right condition, what can apply on this site with the building in place, what can apply with a complete new construction, and with a basement, without a basement, that means with minimal disruption below grade, with disruption below grade. What is the level of improvements or cleanup that would be required, and why there isn't an alternative? And quote the DEC sections, relevant sections that tell you what can or cannot, and what is the DEC requirement that is driving you only in this particular route.
No problem.
Okay?
No problem.
Please put that in that sequence of order and discussion and lay it out. Some of us are expert, as you can see, Dr. Shetta is, but we are not, but we are trying to understand it. And this is your critical part of your project.
No problem.
And for each cleanup option.
And for each project, like for all the various scenarios that you have presented.
The
Existing building as it stays, a new commercial building, a new residential building, and the proposed multifamily building. Because the ground disturbance on each one of them varies. So the question is, can you, the footprint of the commercial is very different from the footprint of the
Correct.
residential.
Correct.
Footprint of both the residential and the commercial is very different from the multifamily. So which scenario results in most ground disturbance, less ground disturbance? Can you cap in the case of the commercial use? Can you cap without having to dig below grade?
Well,
Right.
that's based on the regulation. It's going to be very
Right.
hard.
The reason I'm asking is we have seen one case, and this was a site in Staten Island. It was a Tim Hortons site, and it was a very contaminated site. And they figured out a way to contain the contaminant by creating a tub and containing the contamination. and building the building in a way that the vaporization or something was, I'm not talking like an expert, but something,
Right.
something.
It's really depend on depend on the contamination. If you have contamination with lead.
It was a,
or
it
any kind
was
of
a fueling
metals,
service station. It was a
or
gas.
service station,
It was
similar
a
to
gas
this.
service station, which was being converted into a Tim Horton eating and drinking establishment, and they were trying to contain the the soil that was contaminated using this corrugated metal structure around it and holding it in place. And I
Sheet piling, yes, it's
Yes,
it's part of, to make sure that the groundwater
right,
is not gonna.
right, and then building the building in a location where there would be a depressurization and other things. So go through those scenarios of like, can that be acceptable to DEP for an as of right situation of this? What will be acceptable to DEP for an as of right residential? What would be acceptable to DEP for an as of right commercial? Can you have a ground floor commercial or a let's say a ground floor parking with residential above? And that way you minimize the amount of disturbance to the soil.
The cost of the cleanup and
The
other
cost of the
parts.
cleanup.
Yeah.
Right. The other alternative, instead of providing you provide parking on the ground floor with a lobby entrance and the residential above. Will that reduce the amount of cleanup cost? And you would still meet the DEC requirements. Okay?
We'll explore.
And for each cleanup option, look at it as this is not just acceptable to like the regulating agency, but this is the minimum acceptable to them. If you go a tinge below that, they're gonna say, no, we're not accepting. So we need to like get the cost to the minimum viable to the regulating agency, with, of course, with evidence.
Yeah.
That support your claim that this is the minimum, we cannot go beyond that.
Right.
I have one more question. You indicated that this site doesn't qualify for the brownfields. Why?
Matt?
Yep, sure. In 2006, I believe, they signed a consent order with the state, and the consent order is currently viewed as DEC as an enforcement action that would not allow you to put in a BCP application. It's generally that they have an identified responsible party that's on the, has the requirement based on their consent order to remediate the site. So sites currently with consent orders are that respondent is not allowed to go into the brownfield cleanup program.
So who is the party that's responsible to clean up the site?
Give me one moment. I'll pull up if I have the consent order or who this is on behalf of. I believe that is it's the Makia group. I believe. I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head. But and actually, I should speak more clearly. Like there are one or two sites that I know of where a site was be able to get out of a consent order, let's say with like National Grid, and the site be able to go into the brownfield. But generally, any site with an existing consent order would be prohibited from going into the brownfield cleanup program. So for this site, even if there were another buyer to come in, it wouldn't be allowed into the brownfield because of the existing consent order.
How long does the current owner have the ownership of this site?
Joseph Mackey responding. October 16th, 2001, we purchased the property.
Okay, and you purchased it with issues, with contamination in place, right?
We purchased it with
open spells.
The spill was open in 99.
Yeah, because you spoke about 1997, I believe.
Yes.
As early as
Yes, we did.
3 years later, yeah.
But it's affecting the
We'll do this offline. We'll discuss this offline.
Yeah. Okay. All righty.
So
I think we had our.
Question?
No, thank you very much for being here. Thank you both. This was very helpful. And I have to say I've sat through many such discussions, but this was probably one of the better explained ones. But do put it in writing in a very sequential manner and look at each project that is before us with basement, without basement. And I really do want you to consider a parking
Yeah.
at grade with residential above as an option.
Being honest.
So that you not only are able to provide the parking and use that as a way to, we saw that in one of the projects, this was the Paragon Paints, where the ground was not disturbed by maintaining a slab on grade. And in this case, if you have a slab with parking above, you're actually creating quite a separation between the residential use to the contamination. And I don't know whether the DEC rule allows it, but in that particular case, it did.
That's really the key point, was the
Right, and in
DEC.
that case, it did. It was a.
They were preserving, they were not disturbing the soil in that.
They were not disturbing the soil.
So in this
They were
case,
not-
they would be disturbing
were-
the soil, so I
they
don't
were-
think that would make a difference.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you need to disturb the soil if you cap it totally and
If you think of some foundation options, and I've seen this
Well, that's the.
in different areas in the tri-state area, there are some foundation options
Gone. They
that
capped it.
could be installed
There's two of them.
without interfering with the environmental conditions, like the CMC, the constrained modulus columns. You could install that, even you're doing like a ground disturbance, but actually DEP, I've seen DEP taking this as an option for foundation. If you say, I'm gonna put a pile, regular pile, they're gonna say, no, you're disturbing the ground.
We'll take it to the engineers to do
Yeah,
that.
but because the CMC is in place mixing with cement,
Uh-huh.
they take, and probably you could be able to install your foundation without being like bothered by the DEP. So you avoid that contamination
The whole
story.
here, the DEC, if the DEC, they're gonna accept it, all the scenarios
So
in
okay.
order to not to leave,
I just,
not
I
to
just,
leave
you know,
contaminant.
I'm looking at the section that was referred, and there are 4 categories. Now, I know you're looking for the highest and the best. This is a variance body.
Mhm.
Like, we respect that you're going for the best, but what is driving this action is the minimum hardship associated with it. So what is the minimum that is needed for the site to be cleaned up for you to use this site as a residential use, right? That is the question that is before us. And what you are saying is, I'm going to give you the gold star deal. I'm not asking for the gold star deal. I'm asking for what is the aluminum deal that will make me past, that will get me past the DEC and make the site viable for a residential use. So you have to look at this analysis from that point of view and tell us, of these 4 categories that are written out there: removal, contamination, elimination of exposure, treatment of source, which one of those scenarios can you do which one? And can achieve the results without having to go with the gold star. Okay?
We'll explore this again.
Right.
Also, if you can address the, a point I raised, the hardship because of that, this is not for you, Ahmed. This is for probably the architect. Why the irregularity is a factor here? If you're doing the FAR.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Oh, my colleagues are reminding me, this is one project you all need to remember, Commercial Street. We denied it.
And the reason why we denied it is, and you have a real issue here, because either way, you might be wrong. If it's created by someone or their predecessor in title, then you have a D finding of self-created.
I just, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
If the person responsible, on the other hand, is another party, then you seek remuneration from that other party because you signed a consent order saying that that other party is responsible. And therefore, we run into the issue, as we did in Commercial Street, of double dipping. So I don't want an answer on this now, because I don't want you guys to lock yourself up into a situation where you're stuck. So I ask you to please think this over and give me something in writing that will keep it in line with our finding of Commercial Street and not hurt the D finding.
Yeah.
And I really suggest we leave it at that and go to the public at that point.
Oh, mine
Wait, I
is
think-
not about contamination.
Mev has his hand up. Do you still need to speak?
Yes, yes, I just want to say one more thing. Double dipping concerns differ I just want to say as a point of clarification, just from precedent from the law, double dipping concerns differ when we're talking about a brownfield cleanup case versus a consent order case. A consent order at DEC is something that is entered into following a complaint from the a complaint by the Department of Environmental Conservation, essentially that there's a violation of some kind of rule that DEC oversees. The consent order is a process where there's an agreement between the owner, operator, and DEC on how you'll go forward in fixing the problem. This is a very different scenario. The consent order needs to be completed for a site that is in one, regardless of what kind of other relief under zoning or anything else that's being done. So I'm just trying to say there's an extent of a lack of control in these kind of situations where it's dependent entirely on what DEC would allow. So that's just, I'm not trying to garner a response from the board or anyone else here. I'm just noting for the record, a consent order is a very different scenario than the brownfield cleanup program scenarios that are involved in other cases, especially in cases where it was a prospective brownfield case. This is entirely different scenario than that.
Hey, with you, Mev, that is very true as it revolves around double dipping. But as it revolves around the D finding, that can become problematic. And I would really appreciate the applicant to respond to that. Sorry, Ms. Folder, for interrupting. If there are other points that you'd like to make, please continue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear the record. 40-48 Commercial Street, the board had denied a request for a variance where the board had said the contamination from a Superfund site, so the proposal site was not the contributor. They were a receiving site of contamination.
Right.
Contamination from a Superfund site may be compensable through environmental litigation or other means, thereby alleviating
But
any
in this
claimed
case, that's
hardship.
not the case. In this case, it is the,
But in Commercial Street, the property owner's choice not to forego litigation to remunerate their damages discounted their claimed hardship.
yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Lisa.
All right.
Ms.
Ms.
Fullader.
Fullader.
I just want to be clear on what scenarios we're looking at because we've talked about different things and we really appreciate your idea about having residential with parking below.
Yeah.
So for Barbara's report, for our plans, for our scenarios, I just want to be clear about all the scenarios. So if
Right. So
we
you
were-
pro-
oh,
so
sorry.
first of all, you need to also include the as of right, the 2019 plan
Okay, no problem.
that the board had approved.
Yes, so that's
the-
one scenario is the
that-
existing, or it's not existing, but the approved special permit
Approved special permit, but
Yeah.
because you have the authority
to do
that.
it.
So
Yep,
that is one.
one.
The second one is your commercial. But
Yep.
then again, do you need the basement? If you don't, and you have the available floor area,
Mhm.
can you not build above grade and minimize the cost of intrusion into the soil and thereby reduce the contamination level? Again, please hear this. The reason we are saying all of this is to reduce the contamination level and not add to the cost of construction. So that's the other part.
Mhm.
The third part with the as of right, the multiple dwelling, we did not see a site plan, so we don't,
Which is weird to me because I submitted it a few times, but
Yeah, it's in there.
it's
Um,
there.
I-
Maybe it's
Sure,
called
stuff in
something
the
else.
waiting room.
Maybe I didn't see it. Okay.
yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so you want that, but
That-
then if we don't do mixed use at all, if we do the parking below,
If you do the parking at grade with residential above.
Yeah.
Without increasing the height of the building.
yeah, we're just, yeah, understood.
Do that analysis and then what you're proposing.
No, but I'm saying, what if we propose, instead of doing commercial below, what you're saying, the parking, and residential above, no mixed use, no commercial and
Okay.
residential? Do we look at that? Do you need us to, like, that's what I want to
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
Okay, you also, okay,
Yeah.
because I'm just trying to understand every scenario.
Right.
Amber will look at and every
Yeah.
scenario he will look.
Yeah, you look
Okay,
at that.
okay.
Right.
Okay, so we would look at the
I'm
mixed.
trying to find a solution where you don't have to disturb the soil and reduce the cost of construction. What-
And then the mixed use, let's say our proposal is now fully residential with parking below. The mixed use, do we only look at an as of right mixed use? Because we can put mixed use here as of right. Or do we look at what we just proposed?
Well, the mixed use as of right, you don't have that much floor area. You have.
Yeah, no, we just didn't do that one already. That's why
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think so. I mean, I think an as of right mixed use here is not going to work.
No, I don't think so either. I just want to make sure we look at every as of right scenario.
Right,
you want us
no,
to-
no.
okay. And then can we get rid of the two family or should we get rid of that from all the,
I honestly.
there's just so many scenarios. in
Yeah,
this.
I don't, I think you need to keep the two family because the community is something that is going to look.
Okay, okay.
You're
So
going, you'll have to
mixed-
keep the.
Mixed use proposed, residential proposed, commercial, multifamily, residential as of right, and two family.
Right.
Oh, and gas station.
Can I just add, I had comments about the two-family, which is really two semi-detached single families as it's shown in the plans.
Right.
So I wanted to see the floor plan of the larger one turned into a 3-bedroom because that's really what it is. And then also check the financials because it should be 2 homes selling at 2.2 million each. So that makes it a little closer in terms of feasibility than it currently is now at 4.8 million to construct and 2.2 million to sell. It really should be 4.4 million to sell out.
And
Yes,
adding
I heard
to,
that already.
adding to Commissioner Otley Brown's that two-family thing, you really didn't max out the floor area for any one of them, or you didn't max out the lot coverage?
Yeah, speak.
No, for the residential,
Elise,
You went
you want to get to the
0.99?
microphone.
We did 0.99, you can do 1.0.
Oh, why is it showing less?
You did 0.63, I believe,
Ah, 0.6.
For residential?
I have
Did
it.
that for the
for the
commercial.
two-family home.
Oh, Brian, you're raising your hand. Let him. speak.
Yeah, I have it as 0.63.
Yeah, correct. If I may, for the two-family homes, you're correct. We had a 0.63. The 0.99 is the multifamily, but I do have a question though. I did hear your comment this morning, and I just wanted to get clarification on that second floor. If I could just share the screen just so I could understand which area. This is the second floor of that two-family. I thought I heard you said something about a lounge, and I just want to make sure I understand exactly what you're referring to.
Yeah, so the larger two-family, the one on the left.
Yeah.
If you look at that second floor, look at that big open area at the top of your staircase. With some redesigning, that could be a 3rd bedroom. The fact that you have a 2,400 square foot home that only has 2 bedrooms in it is very strange and not very believable.
So this area that's about 7 feet wide, you're concerned about. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not concerned about it as it's just that square footage. You can redo your layout up here that it doesn't have to be the one that's right there,
Right.
right along the staircase. It could be completely redesigned where your secondary bedroom could be going long ways instead of width ways, and you could have 2 of them, one adjacent to the other.
So look at the layout of these units, maximize your FAR, maximize your lot coverage, and then see how many units you can, how many bedrooms you can get. And I agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that you could probably get more than that. And because you haven't maximized your floor area and the lot coverage in this. And it's at, as you know, it's at a 6.8 FAR. What 6.8? 0.63 FAR, got it.
0.63, correct.
Yeah. So please optimize all of those tools that you're being given to prove the point that even a 2-bedroom at its max with a 1 FAR with maximum lot coverage with 2 dwelling unit, it's not feasible. That's really what we want you to answer the question for us to get to the next phase.
We understand, and I think everybody on the team gets it. I just.
Well, I don't get it because.
It's important, so please speak, Barbara.
Okay, so I took this design to be the whole thing being a 2-family. One side was one household family, and the other with the shared wall there was the other, and that the whole thing was a single 2-family, of which the sales comps were all similar ideas of 2-family, and they were either, you see in the pictures, either the same thing, they share a wall and so on. So that's why I was confused.
Okay,
Yeah.
what I'm trying to clarify is you may have considered that it's 1 2-family, but it's got 2 exterior entrances and 2 cores and 2 sets of everything. It really behaves as 2 1-family homes that are semi-detached.
All right, I'll have to go through it with the architect and see what you're saying. And meanwhile, I just have to rescue my mother. Hold on a second, but I'll follow up and get it right.
Hi, Eric Black again.
Okay.
I wanted to just clarify, when you were talking before, when the idea came up with the parking garage at the first floor, the client has been texting me. And he just said to me, he said, listen, the commercial isn't very valuable to begin with anyway. It's not very useful for all the reasons we just said. So he'd be happy to put parking in at the ground floor. So maybe what we'd like to do for the proposed scenario that we're going to analyze is we're going to change it, take out the commercial, and we'll put the parking in downstairs.
Okay.
So we'll provide some parking, which he thinks will be valuable for the site anyway. And that could take out the commercial, which we have no use for
That's
really. And hopefully that'll address the issue.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's then go to the public.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. The case that we're currently speaking about is 2025-08BZ, 18417 Horace Hardy Expressway, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this case, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-609-7758 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you recognize, you'll have 3 minutes. The 550. He's in?
Mr. Euler, go ahead.
Yes, hello. My name is Henry Euler. I'm representing the Auburndale Improvement Association as its president, and I'm also second vice chair of Queens Community Board 11. I've been listening to the review session today and the hearing, and it's very interesting. I sent in
Can you speak up a little bit louder, Mr. Euler?
Oh, yeah. I sent in a sheet containing some of the observations I made during the community board committee hearing and the community board full hearing. I know the community board does submit a full report as well. And, you know, it seemed that the big problems with this particular case was the height of the building on such a small piece of property and the lack of parking, on-site parking. I'm very glad to hear from Mr. Palatnik that the owner is now prepared to take away the retail use and put parking on the first level. That's an improvement. I don't know if that'll be enough, to satisfy everybody in the community, but it's some step forward. When we went to the full board, we heard the conditions, the whole story about the proposal. There's a little discussion over how to put the approval of whether or not to approve the case or not. And some people wanted to go forward just as it was presented without the conditions that the board had mentioned at the committee hearing, and some people said, no, we need to put those conditions in. It's very important. So to move it forward, we did it both ways. Yes, that made a big difference. And when we made a motion to approve without conditions, it failed, and 4 were in favor, 27 opposed, 2 present, 1 abstention. But when we put the conditions in, it still failed, but it went up to 13 in favor, 20 opposed, and 1 present. So it did make a difference to have those conditions. So I think it just shows that it's important for the applicant to consider the conditions. We're very concerned about the environmental concerns, about the contamination that's there, that it needs to be remediated properly and completely. Thank you to Commissioner Shada for stressing that today. And, each month after we have the hearings, we go back to meet. And they asked me to comment on what I heard at the different, either the BSA hearings of cases in Community Board 11 or from the City Planning Commission. And the Community Board happens to be very concerned about what happens after they hear the case and make sure that things are done right for the community at large. So, thank you all again for the input that I heard today, and that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Euler. You can always refer to our video, It is in our website, so you can also refer to that. And
Yes, I know. Thank you.
That's on YouTube too, sir.
thank you.
Okay.
How much time, Mr. Palatnik? I think you, I would put this all the way out to sometime in April or May. I will put this out to April or May.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you could put it into, maybe make a submission in, I'd even say in June. That will give us time. He needs about a month to do his work, and then Barbara needs about a month to do her work. So that'll bring it to April. So if you can submit in May even, and
Okay, so the May, you want to submit it in May?
yeah, that would give us ample
Okay,
time.
so there is a hearing on June 1st, 2nd. The submission date for that is May 14th.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Blatt.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody needs a break?
No.
No.
Okay. Next,
All right.
next item is item 19, 2025 50 BZ, 1255 East Gun Hill Road, the Bronx. 2
That's
minutes.
fine. I think we can be quick because you know what? I have Andy's too. Oh, I'll say goodbye after. It was lovely to see you. Andy Stewart is our favorite
Larry
engineer, and Larry O'Brien, yeah.
Okay.
I first.
Nobody's there.
They're here.
Oh.
Be careful. Oh, my God. Elise, please be careful.
I'm very klutzy.
Okay, everyone raise their right hands. You affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions.
You.
I do.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, DC. I have Andy and Larry are both from here from High Point Engineering. First is we met with the community board at the land use meeting and they voted to approve this in full support, and they told us we didn't need to go to the full board, and we've been following up to get the recommendation. We will follow up again. I'm hoping that at the full board they also voted the same way, but that is the update. So I know that they have met on it. Larry, if you would like to speak to the lot area, I would love it to explain how you chose, because we were missing documents, if you remember in this case, and some of the history. So explain what you chose to, how you came up with it, and then I'll make sure that all the other documents are consistent.
Right. Yep. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. Just wanted to verify the lot area. It's been updated on not only the plan, but the zoning analysis as well. What we did is update it according to Zola and the tax maps. We did not have a survey available to reference on the numbers that we originally had. So we wanted to be consistent and go with 13,890 as per Zola and the tax maps. So that's been updated accordingly throughout the plans and the analyses.
Hopefully that answers that question. Should we wait for her? Or should we?
No, you can carry.
We have
Okay, no problem. Larry, would you like to say about what you can do to make sure that there's no vehicle parking on the sidewalk?
Yes, in listening earlier, there was discussion about bollards perhaps along Balk Avenue, where we'll have 2 parking spaces along that lot line. And if possible, rather than numerous bollards, if we could, in this case, perhaps 3 bollards spread out and then connected by a chain. If that would be permitted, we'd be able to accommodate and prevent vehicles access from Balk Avenue, if that's the intent for that reason of the bollards.
The chain?
I think chains are a bit problematic because they can be so easily removed.
I would say put, for every parking space lengthwise, you should put 3 bollards.
Typically had like every 5 feet or something.
Every 5 feet?
Yeah.
So that
There's
would be
a lot of bollards, that's where we're
You
at.
can put up a fence if you want, like a little 4-foot high fence, but the intent is to have something permanent in the ground that can be
Okay.
driven through sideways or frontways or anything.
True, yes. If we could replicate the chain link fence that we have, but only perhaps 4 feet high rather than a full height, if 4 feet high, chain link fence would be permitted? We could,
This is where I kind of like, you have a context which is more residential around it. So if you were to put a fence, I would prefer you put a fence that is more respectful of the residential context. So like a metal fence kind of thing, or put bollards, like like as Commissioner Yoon said, every 5 foot, put bollards along that frontage.
okay, we could look at both and present to you the scenario that works best.
Yeah.
Great.
For street trees, we will look at the parks requirements and get back to you on where we can put street trees or where we would need to. Yeah. We will do sidewalk repair as necessary. I don't know if Larry or Andy wants to speak about ADA accessibility and showing protected walkway.
Yep, sure. On the access to the building in the front, we are updating that. We're including an ADA ramp and platform walkway to the doors. And it's noted on the on Z002, we do have a 5 foot dimension for the width of that walkway. And we'd also like to accommodate access from the parking space, the ADA space, by relocating what's there now is planters and an ice bin. Relocate those items to the other side of the doorway so that we have clear access from the space to the ramp and access to the door.
Right.
And then you said something about putting a bollard somewhere.
Also along that pedestrian walkway.
Do you understand that, Larry, or do you want to?
Yes, we could, if we could, in front of the building, one bollard at the level area, at the grade level area. Is that acceptable?
I don't think one would be adequate. You need to put in a little bit more. No, this is the pathway.
Oh,
The
yeah.
pedestrian pathway.
But you could walk around bollards.
Yeah, but this one bollard is not going to do anything. You really.
Sure. Okay, yeah, I just didn't want to go beyond the corner of the building because of the trash and dumpster access. But from the corner of the building, just slightly inward there, and then a few bollards, let's say 3 to 4 bollards up to and including the ramp area.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. We already do have a sign chart on one of the plans. Sorry, Larry, what?
Yep. Z002 has the sign chart. Yep.
Making sure you saw that.
I'll share it.
Which one?
And then the labels, actually the sign labels are Z006. So the chart is there as shown, and then the labeling is 006 and 005. So here you'll see the numbers calling out the existing signage, and then the next page, existing signage, both ID sign and canopy signage corresponding to the chart on Z002.
I see. And does that show by each frontage on East Gun Hill and Vogue? Okay.
Correct.
And illuminated and non-illuminated, does it distinguish between illuminated versus non-illuminated?
And the side for the notes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, got it. And, all right.
And then I think we weren't sure if you were looking at an old set of plans, like the notes about removing note 2. So sorry, I was going to ask you if you could keep that.
Yeah.
So we could look at Z007 and look at the notes and make sure that the notes that you want.
Yeah, if Andy, if you can pull up Z007.
He's got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you're in charge, but thank you.
No. Happy to
She's very,
MVP.
Yeah, it's hard. It's easier. It's nice to see you all in person. It's easier to share when you're like at your desk.
The cutoff of the speakers is always a little tricky. Was this the plan you're looking for, the notes?
Yeah.
Yes, bottom right, number 2 was requested to include that.
I think we have been asking that to be removed, right?
Yeah, we have a different note.
Yeah.
Okay, we could accommodate.
Project manager will send you.
Or maybe the note is number 3 and you just remove number 2. Yeah.
Right, remove number 2 and number 3 is fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I remember you saying the 2-foot candles, you want to see that.
Maybe the board wants to keep note 2 in place because it's an upper limit. We don't have those. Oh, maybe the board wants to keep note 2 in place because it's an upper limit and
I think that's exactly the issue we had. We wanted to,
we don't want them to, have a sun on their property.
Well, that I think is I see. You're saying generally on the site,
Yeah.
rather than just limiting our purview to the residential lot line.
Could always combine the two notes and say, shall not exceed building code mandated minimum.
I don't think, I mean,
Except
I
that,
might be wrong. I don't think that our intent is to limit the lighting to the minimum required for life safety reasons. So, and that's what this note says. So I think that's why we're asking.
and
to
that's the
remove it.
standard. We are not doing anything that is contrary to what DOB is requiring. So I don't see why that note needs to be there.
Yeah, I feel like when we originally had, well, I mean, I don't know about originally because I'm new here, but we were trying to limit the minimum required, but then you end up with this like point in space, and that's not what we're trying to
So
do.
just remove
remove
two.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We heard your comment about the trash enclosure and masonry, right?
So
So
yeah.
we're good on that,
Okay.
unless you have any comments, Larry.
Well, yeah, actually, we proposed a chain link fence enclosure and just want to see if that's permittable.
No, unfortunately, no.
Okay. We had it on an earlier one, so we just wanted to see if that's.
Yeah, code has since then moved on and has recognized that the masonry structure is much better. It stands the test of time, and it also is very not friendly to rodents.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Got it. We'll make that adjustment on that.
Okay.
No masonry only, no chain links.
I can restate it, but I think in the notice of comments, we went through the ECB violations and they're paid.
Yeah.
And then Commissioner Yoon had a comment about debris and the concrete pads and becoming planting. We were wondering if you would be open to doing like a gravel or something. We think it'd be easier to clean because the concern is debris.
The concern is the debris. Let me just pull up the photo so everyone's looking at the same thing. And the plan, hold on. So we're talking about
No, it's not, I haven't gotten a text yet.
Said
this zone here,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Back corner, and then in view. Everything's moving really, really, really slowly.
I think like us, the machine is also getting tired of us.
We're here till 10.
You really want to replicate that?
I didn't wish, I just.
You're talking about how good the traffic is.
So this is the area in question that I pointed out on the plan, and
Right.
I'm saying that the concrete pads here are promoting some storage of materials and that they should be landscaped. And so I think the question here is whether they convert that to gravel. But I don't know that that resolves the problem. It will still be a place. to
Still
place
be used
more
for
things.
storage. Yeah,
We just-
I don't see why that can't be planted. Just put one nice tree there. That
Yeah, it would just be maintenance wise, they don't utilize that space or access it often. It's the back of the building, but if we could do something like, well, to continue the drainage aspect of that beyond the walkway.
Well, it seems to be used because things are stored
That's-
there.
yeah,
So,
Shrubs.
so I fail to see that why it is not
Sure.
actually.
Yeah, I do know before the extension, there was a tree in the back. Would one tree be acceptable?
Yeah. I think that's the only thing you can put there.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a nice big tree.
Okay, let's do that. I think we can continue that from the prior layout.
Okay, cool. And then last, Larry, thanks for answering so much, is about the parking and the update to the zoning. Do you want to explain why you updated from the 5 spaces?
Let's see, parking, oh, okay, sorry about that. The parking requirements, I know that we also saw on the prior approved DOB plans were a parking requirement of 5 spaces. And we believe that that was with the prior zoning regulations. So since 2024, we have the section 32, 161 for this use group, which is now called use group 6. And the for automotive service stations, C1-2 zoning, no off-street parking is required.
No what parking?
Off street.
No off-street parking. So no parking.
In-store requires, parking?
Pardon me?
Doesn't the convenience store require parking?
In
Usually
a-
on
in a-
these projects, we see
Yeah,
some
we
minimum
generally-
required parking
yeah.
for the retail use.
Mr. Costanza?
Yeah, I think for Commissioner Yoon, I think, well, applicant, you would need to just look at the TPPN, 10 of 99. I think it spells out, it may spell out a requirement.
Mhm. Right, along those lines with the convenience store. So we do have 9 spaces allotted for the use of both the accessory convenience store and the service station.
Right, I'm not
So-
questioning whether you have enough. I just think that it's easier for us and for the record of the site to know what was required and what is being provided.
Right, we'll do that. We'll tackle that and get that information locked into this.
Okay.
And Mr. O'Brien, if there's an ADA requirement, just to specify that as well as one of the parking spaces.
Sure, yep, we anticipated that and included it as well. So Carla, we'll have that for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's it.
Anything else?
Okay, public.
Let's go to the public.
Okay, Jella, do you mind? Thank you. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-50BZ, 1255 East Gun Hill Road, the Bronx. Should you wish to comment on this application, please dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the webinar ID number 160-609-7758 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to calling in on the phone. And if you're the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to comment.
Okay.
Any hands?
How much?
Who got their hands up? Is that Mev?
Yeah, I just want to make a slight clarification of the record while we wait for any public maybe to come. Just to Carlo's point about the TPPN, the short, text of the 1099 TPPN does not explicitly mention anything about parking. But of course, because it's about assessing whether the use is accessory, qualifies as accessory or not based on the floor area, that might have an implication, of course, by what Carlo meant, but it doesn't explicitly discuss parking, just so you know for your research.
Right, thanks, yep.
My hand's not up.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, did it? I'm sorry.
Okay, there's no one in the.
No one is called in yet. This
Nobody
is
is
4
called in.
seconds.
Nobody's
1,
in the room.
2, 3.
You have 3 minutes.
How much time do you need to make? this?
Larry, how much time, Andy, how much time do you need? You have a few things to do, but.
A few things. Within 3 weeks, is that enough for the next schedule or?
No.
Well, goes back to the last one. If that's the case, then it goes to March 23rd. If you want to make it to March 9th and 10th again, just because
Yeah.
it's Miss You, Solidaire, that a submission be accepted on February 25th.
And I
for
guess
a
we can
March
give you a heads
10th.
up if that, we can discuss after, and we can give you a heads
Right.
up if that doesn't right, we'll make it.
It's your call. I'm just giving you that option.
Thank you. Okay, February 25th.
Yeah,
For a March 9th, right?
February 25th submission
Larry, does that work for you?
for,
25th?
Yeah, I'll go with you. Elise, if you have a schedule that you'd like to keep, that's fine.
Oh, it's just because I'm having a child at the end of March. Like,
it's just a minor little detail.
Right. Okay, we're good with that. 25th as a submittal?
I think we can close.
Yeah, I think the
Oh, I should also say if we're closing it, since no one needs to appear, we can take the next one if it's easier on the board,
All right,
because then I
let's-
don't need to appear.
Let's close it and then we'll take it to the next one. How about?
This way you have less to.
Okay, we will close it and schedule it for decision for March 23rd.
It's one, what?
Horace. No.
March 23rd?
Chair. Motion to close. Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay. Someone will be here, I guess. Decision.
Yeah, decision, I can have
Yeah,
somebody
it has
watch.
to
I
be-
just don't, I don't.
You can have somebody watch.
Yeah, I could watch.
You can watch from your delivery. Okay, this concludes the public hearing for, now I got March in my head. February 10th, 2026. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morris is.